All right, good evening, everybody. It's 6:04 p.m. and I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for August 10th, 2016. Robin, if you'd please take roll.
Commissioner Alchek, Chair Fine,
Present.
Vice Chair Gardias, Commissioner Rosenblum,
Present.
Commissioner Tanaka,
Present.
Commissioner Waldfogel,
Present.
5 present, and Commissioner Alchek is running a few minutes late.
Thank you very much. We'd like to open it up for oral communications, and I believe we have one speaker card who won't be able to stay for the third item.
Good evening. I'm Dan Garber. I'm a past planning commissioner, an architect, and a resident here in Palo Alto. I would like to speak on the third item, the IR report, but I'm unable to stay, so I thank you for letting me speak now. I also have probably a little bit more than 3 minutes, so when I get to 3 minutes, if you would like for me to continue, let me know. Otherwise, I will hand you my scribbled drafts, and we'll take it from there. I'm first going to speak as a resident, and then as an architect, and then as a past planning commissioner. And so this is me as a resident. While the design guidelines may effectively express our community's design values, unfortunately the IR process is the only process in our community that I can think of offhand that formally and explicitly sets neighbor against neighbor, one judging the other. This simply shouldn't happen. The city should take on this role, the review of two-story homes, exclusively. Neighbors should not have to fight out their differences between each other privately and or publicly. I'd rather my neighbor be mad at the city than me. Neighbors consistently use the design guidelines to gain an inappropriate sense of entitlement that they can rule over the residential property owner that is planning to develop their residence. The process has been the source of the greatest stress of the residential applicant and the source of the most divisive arguments and standing resentments between neighbors that I'm aware of in our community, even though because of a process change some years ago, the city has been mostly successful in keeping these sorts of issues out of the council's and the staff's public meetings. This isn't just a communication issue, a matter of setting the neighbors' and applicants' expectations. The city's strategy to push these issues back down on the community and demand the applicants deal with their neighbors has worked great for the city and saved staff much pain. But this has been done at the expense of the individual relationships in our community. The residential property owners should not have to seek out and should not need any permission from their neighbors to develop their property. Their approval should come from the city exclusively. The city and its staff should be shouldering this burden and operate in the space between the neighbors. I completely understand what this responsibility would mean to the process and the role the city's staff would have to step into. The most unfair attribute of the design guidelines that I consistently hear about is the residential property owners' sense that they are being asked to give up their design rights to satisfy the demands of their neighboring existing neighbors, many of which are real, but can also be capricious or deeply personal rather than issues that truly impact the larger community. It would go a long way to ameliorate these issues and create more equity if the neighboring properties were burdened equally by design requirements to better meet the design guidelines at the time the applying residential homeowner pulls their permit. As an architect, I'd support a tiered process. However, as a resident, a far more powerful incentive than smaller fees and shorter reviews is upon the review of a project the city finds it easily meets the design guidelines, that the project then skips the IR process entirely and can be immediately submitted for permit. This is a way to get better design into our neighborhoods. Speaking as an architect working in Palo Alto, I have the following comments. It does not appear if there is anyone in the report that explicitly represents a residential property owner in this document rather than the community as a whole. For instance, I note that none of the people that have been reached out to in the report are any of the property owners that my firm has worked with and have applied for an IR. Not that we do an extensive amount, but we do a lot. And those names were given to the consultant. I'd be interested to know how many of those that were reached out to actually have applied and gone through that process. In general, I acknowledge all of the community concerns that have been identified in the report. I'd support a tiered process, as I mentioned, so long as it resulted in a true benefit to the applicant. Shorter review times and lower fees will help somewhat to incent designs that meet the design guidelines. Design diversity is a hallmark of our community in all of our neighborhoods, even the Eichler neighborhoods. Thus, I do not support item 1D on page 12 that would restrict the size of a second floor. It would reduce variations in mass and architectural styles in neighborhoods. I'd also remove photos from the reports, even if we have the permission of the homeowners to include them. We shouldn't be creating examples for others to mimic. And then finally, speaking as a past planning commissioner, given the work given the decisions that have been worked through already and have been settled by the council and the PTC, I'd be extremely cautious attempting to add additional guidelines to operate effectively as a backdoor zoning change or overlay in the Eichler neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garber. Do we have any other public comments? Great, thank you. There are no agenda additions or deletions, I believe. And now it would be time for the city official report, please.
Nothing to report this evening.
Okay, let's get on to it then. So item number 1 is a public hearing and recommendation for council adoption of an ordinance amending the Architectural Review Board findings contained in Chapter 18.76. And let's get started with the report.
Good evening.
If you'll excuse me just a moment, I was just handed a speaker card for oral communications.
Okay, let's do that. Sorry, Amy. Just a minute or two.
So that's for now.
It's for now? This is, general communications.
Yes, so we have Mr. Nelson Eng. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I have 5 minutes?
5.
Okay, great, thanks. Hi, my name is Nelson Eng, and I have been living in Palo Alto since 1996. So the last 20 years, I've been living across the street from Castellea, which is an all-girls private school with about over 70% of non-Palo Alto residents. At the end of June, they submitted a CUP applications to try to bring them back. Supposedly, I thought it was supposed to be bring them back into compliance with the year 2000 CUP enrollment limit of 415 students. However, the PUC applications that's filed is in fact asking to increase the enrollment by 30%, plus rebuilding basically the entire campus. With the campus, they are going to be building an underground garage, which will be required to remove some oak trees, and redwood trees will be about over 120 feet, plus a garage that will be facing my front door, replacing an existing single-family home with cars coming out at 440 per peak hour, and all those traffic will be coming in from Embarcadero into Bryan Street, and then coming back out on Emerson and going into Embarcadero again. So I have been living in that neighborhood for the last 20 years. The traffic on Embarcadero during peak time is basically gridlock, and those are unbearable traffics that will have very negative impact to the neighborhood. So I would like to ask this commission to, where I know at this point, their application is being sent back because of notice of incomplete. There are a number of items they have to work out, but I'm concerned that with Castellea's high power attorney and consultant, they might spin this back, and then I would really recommend the council to really look hard into it, especially from the traffic point of view. Palo Alto as a whole, the traffic is unbearable at this point. I commute every day by bike between my home on Emerson Street to Page Mill, and I can see the car coming into Palo Alto. We don't need additional traffic coming into Palo Alto. We need to figure out a good way to measure an impact of an institution inside a single-family area to figure out what kind of impact they have to the neighborhood and what are we really realistically be able to sustain. Because even though we support the institution's way of providing education for female leaders, but we have to know there is a limit to our quality of life. We need to protect our quality of life as residents of Palo Alto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A follow-up question to the Assistant Director. Is this topic coming up to the Planning and Transportation Commission?
The project includes a request for an architectural review and a conditional use permit. Those are items that will be reviewed and approved by the Director. There is a possibility that a request for hearing could be made, and the matter could be presented before the Planning Commission if such a request were made.
Okay, so that's your response, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's resume item number 1 with the staff report.
Yes, good evening. Amy French, Chief Planning Official. We're here tonight for this item to discuss the proposed architectural review findings revisions. We are doing this to ensure that projects are compatible, have coherent design, use quality materials, are functional, well-landscaped, and sustainable. We've recaptured the key aspects of existing findings in the purpose section of the existing ordinance for architectural review, and we've included key verbiage to clarify and enhance the public's understanding of the findings. The Planning and Transportation Commission had seen a previous iteration of these findings back in 2015, as did the ARB. The Council, in April of this year, proposed further edits to this effort and suggested that we bring those back to the Architectural Review Board, which we did. And in June, they provided additional revisions, which are included in Attachment B. The Council did not say go back to the Planning Commission, but of course, Planning Commission's purview is over Title 18 changes, so we came back given the extent of the changes. So the summary of the recommended changes by the ARB we ask that you concur with those changes, and here they are. The preamble to the finding, this is from the Council, underlined text. ARB took no issue with that. In finding 1, the phrase including compatibility requirements is proposed to be a parallel construction or logic to go with coordinated area plans as context-based design criteria go with zoning code. So it seems to go with that. Finding 2, the ARB added item C is compatible with its setting, put in the word local with respect to historic resources, and reinstated what the code says now about land use designations as an important factor. The Council had a significantly longer statement regarding compatibility that was drawn from the SOFA compatibility verbiage, and we all feel that the compatible with its setting, along with finding number 1 regarding compatibility requirements, handles that. Finding 3, the ARB suggested the word integrated, and finding 4, the word traffic to replace access in this context makes sense. Finding 5, climate appropriate plant materials rather than indigenous plant materials, which is different way of looking at things. And then the red words on the screen, as you see. Finally, finding 6, saying green building is really irrelevant or redundant, rather. And that's it. So we're available for questions. And I don't know that we have anyone from the Architecture Review Board, but I think the record speaks for itself.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards on this issue? None? Okay. So this, as Amy was describing, is a review of the Architectural Review Board findings where they have to get all 6 right in order to move a project forward. And we are essentially looking at Attachment B, which is the proposed ordinance to the Council, and to recommend adoption of the proposed ordinance. Of course, we can make comments, ask questions, all that kind of good stuff. So I'd just like to open it up to start with questions from the Commission. Commissioner Rosenblum.
Yeah, thanks for preparing this. It seems the core of the intention is around compatibility, so both with relevant zoning and with the setting. This always seems confusing to me. So this is one of those areas, and when many land use items come up, discussion often comes down to one group saying, well, it meets all applicable requirements, and others say, well, not compatibility, and they have their own view of compatibility. I'm wondering, is it possible for you, or have you seen this done in other cities, guides to compatibility that can be referenced? So, i.e., using examples of this we consider to be incompatible, i.e., there are those who make their own definition, saying, oh, I looked at the building across the street, but they say, but you didn't look kitty corner. You know, the next block down is the one you really should be looking at. And to say, we consider this out of scope, things that are more than, say, 1 block away. We consider the average of the adjoining end blocks to be, the relevant standard for compatibility on height or setback. And so we've looked at things like setback, where there are actual standards around the number of parcels that are used to look at compatibility for things like setback. But I'm wondering, how extensive can these guidelines get? Because I think this is where people get tripped up.
Well, as suggested by the findings, I mean, the context-based design criteria, referencing those specifically in finding number 1, gives us all a good head start on that discussion, the ARB and staff and the public. So for many or most of the projects that come through the Architecture Review Board process, they are subject to those context-based design criteria. Projects in the research park, projects on public facility zoned properties, do not have those standards, so compatibility might be something a little bit looser, but I think we still generally rely on those context-based design criteria, which are very extensive and provide examples of, what to do, articulation and, following the plate heights and, alignments, and there's quite a host of specifics that are found in those. Again, I would say 95% of the projects that go through the Architecture Review Board are covered by those.
Commissioner Waldfogel.
Thanks. I just want to say that I'm actually pretty excited about these changes. I really like the direction they're going. I like the provision 2, the unified and coherent design concept, and I like introducing the idea of high aesthetic quality. I mean, that's something that I think we badly need as a criteria. So I'm very supportive and very excited about this.
Other commissioners? Yep. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So when I was reading this, I recalled the words of former Mayor Holman, when she was talking that architecture is aftermath of the design process, and it might be the case. And I know that she was very concerned and she was very engaged in this project. And when I think about this, what she said, I also think about what we do here, because we don't want to be a space, be an aftermath of a design planning design process, right? So that's. We would like to have a quality space as well as the quality architecture. But it's a tough thing to resolve. And in general, when I was preparing for this meeting, I searched through different municipal codes. I went to Santa Monica, and I couldn't find anything comparable. I went to 2 other cities, and I couldn't find anything comparable either. And so I was wondering, as my colleague Eric, if you could just provide example how others are resolving this, to have the space and architecture somehow being cohesive. We know that there are detailed plans that are prepared for the key areas that pretty much tie architects, developers, and others with the specific regulations that provide detailed guidelines. Regulation like this has a concern because keeps a check on the designing party, because it's broad enough that pretty much any argument may be brought against the designer or the owner, saying that this building is not compatible because, you know, there will be many perspectives of this, what this is compatible, what's compatible, what's not compatible. So that's my general concern in this perspective. And then when I think about this document actually ties to the individual review that we're going to have later on today. And so when you were listening to Dan Garber, you may just tie his comments about individual review to this, and then think how these two items should work together in terms of just providing us with the quality space and architecture.
Through the chair, just to put a point on that, architecture review findings are generally unrelated to the individual review process and program. The only time that they would intersect would be when there are 3 or more homes coming through the architecture review process. So the architecture review findings would be relevant there. Staff would also provide an analysis with of the project with respect to those individual review guidelines.
I didn't mean legal overlap. I meant planning and space overlap. So that's where they intersect, right? Because they have the same set of the thinking rules that impacts our space and buildings.
Any other comments or questions yet? Okay. So I'm generally in agreement with Commissioner Waldvogel here. I think these changes are fairly exciting. They're kind of minor, some are a little bit bigger. A few questions and comments. While I agree it's important for the city to have high aesthetic quality and put that into this code, I was a little concerned that there was a phrase aesthetically holistic, and I was wondering if that's a bit prescriptive in terms of, it just made me think, are there buildings that maybe we don't want a holistic aesthetic, where there may be a few different design styles that make a great building? So I don't know, that was a bit of a comment. Is that the older draft?
So that's what the council members suggested we take to the ARB, and we did, but we came up with something that we feel is will have greater use and flexibility, and so that would be finding 3, I believe, in attachment B. So we should be all looking at attachment B, which is the proposed ordinance.
Okay. 2 other quick questions. One is about desirable habitat. Is that for animals, insects?
As had been suggested, the whole indigenous thing that's a word that's associated with animals, whereas, so how it reads now, and we did consult with our landscape architect that works for the city in Public Works, and kind of hammered out this expression that's in the attachment B ordinance, which talks about climate appropriate. That's the lingo used these days to refer to, the right species in the right location with the right water needs, et cetera.
Is the climate appropriate language what's replacing the previous drought tolerant stuff?
Correct.
Okay, that actually addresses my main concern, because I was a little concerned that we were removing the drought tolerant language, which I think is pretty important in our current situation.
And then if I might add to that as well, finding 6 does talk about water conservation with respect to sustainability. So if it hasn't been, perfectly clear and climate appropriate, then it is made more clear with respect to water in finding 6.
Okay. I'm happy to have any other questions or comments. Otherwise, I'm willing to entertain. Commissioner Tanaka.
I have a really quick question. So I just want to make sure I understand this. So the one thing that was added to this was each of the following applicable findings is met. So that's kind of like, I just want to understand the process before and the proposed process. So was the process before that if any one of those were met, that was okay? Or is it now all of them have to be met and it's okay?
I think it reads as applicable. So, and this is no different from how we've been applying these findings. No matter what it says at the top in the preamble, we've been applying all that apply, or to the project. I mean, you might have a project that's only landscaping, so anything that talks about building, may not apply to that project. So we do look at each one of those findings as they apply to each project that comes through. And so, that's the intent, is they should meet all the findings that apply to that project.
Okay, so why was that phrase added?
That was added by council for clarity.
Okay, so basically the same kind of rigor as before, is just trying to clarify that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, comments, motions? Commissioner Olczyk.
I just want to make a few comments about this, these changes, which is that I think that we're talking about commercial projects here. And in some, or I shouldn't say commercial projects. We're talking about projects that would be subject to the review of the ARB, which could, in theory, be residential if they were, multifamily. I think that, so these 6 criteria to me are incredibly abstract. I think that I've been in a position where I've had to articulate concepts like this, and it's very laborious, right? You go through this process of trying to be specific and yet unspecific, to hint at what you're looking for without being too constricting. And I think sometimes when you're trying to evaluate statements like this, it helps to understand sort of the context behind the change, which is, in my opinion, the context behind these changes is essentially a response to the commercial development in Palo Alto, right? So there's this sense that our development has been out of character, has been incompatible. To me, we've taken a lot of steps in this to essentially create greater hurdles for commercial and multifamily development in town, including the office cap. And to me, this is yet another effort to create a set of guidelines that would just make the process. Look, I understand the ARB has been involved, and I do really appreciate the feedback of the ARB. My biggest concern is that some of this stuff is very vague and abstract, and I wouldn't say it's vague to suggest that it incorporate landscaping that has that is energy efficient or conserves water. But here's a good example of something that's not within these guidelines. Does the design serve its purpose well? And I don't mean, does it allow for pedestrian and bicycle traffic outside of the project? I mean, does it, maximize, the use of the land? Let's say it's a multifamily project. Does it house people in an efficient manner? I mean, we're sort of creating these. To me, when I read these, it has to do with look and feel from externally. And to me, it just seems like we're creating a greater tool set a greater vague tool set to provide inconclusive feedback to projects, right? So a project will come up to city council. My concern is a project will come up to city council. They'll suggest issues based on these design criteria or concerns with these design criteria, and they'll be vague, and it'll be very hard to satisfy this design criteria because it may be in the eyes of the you know, it's like it's almost personal. Some of these issues. That's my big concern. And I don't know that, you know, there's really any answer that you can provide, but
So if I can just interject for a second, I do kind of agree with you. These are vague standards, but this is just an update to what the city's been doing for years. And luckily, this is on the ARB. It's not on the PTC. Right?
Agreed. I'm sharing these comments. Look, you and Commissioner Walpole both said you're really excited about these changes, and I think the assumption there is that you feel like the process is really broken, or maybe I shouldn't go that far to assume that, but I don't know what you're so excited about. It's not clear to me that the current process has yielded such poor results. It is clear to me that we've grown a tremendous amount, and we're feeling the growing pains. I don't know necessarily that has anything to do with the general aesthetics of any of the buildings that have been developed, and that's my concern. We have an ARB which reviews, you know, aesthetics, massing. This isn't really setbacks. This is much vaguer than that. Harmonious transitions in scale and character to adjacent land uses. To me, this is, look, stop building and let's make it even more. Look. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. To me, to me, to be excited about this means that there's some serious problem in the aesthetics and transitions of the buildings, and I don't know if the case has been made for that. It's a comment. I'm not suggesting that it's worth, you know, debate, but.
So I just think the language has gotten a little tighter around some of those parameters. But I see lights from Vice Chair and I believe Commissioner Walpole as well.
Thank you. So I think that this document, as well as IR that we're going to just review 2 topics from now, it just addresses our struggle about what to do with the space. And in some cases it's deteriorating, so citizens ask about a single story overlay because they disagree with the destruction of their privacy by the 2-story house that's built next to them. Some other folks may not be happy with some commercial development that totally ignores the existing space. And then there is a variety of comments that you can read throughout the newspapers or gather from these meetings or council meetings that just brings this understanding that we just don't necessarily like what's happening around us. And I know that we're trying with this document, we're trying to improve this process, but I just don't really think that this is going to address it. Look, when you think about just the basic premise of a building and of a city, none of those were based on any regulations. The greatest cities were developed either by the kings or monarchs, or were developed based on a commerce concept. There was no regulation like this or any other whatsoever, right? With the whole respect to this, what we're doing, right? And this was the same with the building. The building was developed based on the commerce premise and not on the architectural regulation. The greatest buildings that were developed throughout Europe in the Hanseatic cities were pretty much based on the commercial agreements and and regulations that were related to the trade the establishment, not to the space per se, but they resulted with the development of the great space. That's how it pretty much developed throughout the centuries or millennia. So it's just a, it's maybe, greater statement, but it just addresses that, I understand totally what we're trying to do here, but I'm not really sure if that is going to resolve anything. And then on the other hand, right, it's not our document, it's the ARB's document, but I hope that they will read it. And, perhaps we're gonna one day meet together with ARB, and we're gonna just think about just a greater good or some that will result with some project, how to truly address the public space and how to truly address the good architecture in the city. And with the whole respect, I don't think that improvement to this document is gonna address it. That's probably a subject of a separate process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is it possible to offer a couple of comments? So thank you, commissioners, for all those comments. I just wanted to clarify sort of how we got here, and I understand sort of the backdrop of the conversation about development in general and the concerns that people have expressed about commercial development. And I would say that, that conversation followed this effort, which began in early 2015. This is a staff-driven initiative. And the reason staff has requested these changes is to not change the substantive meaning of the findings, but to collapse the 16 findings that we have today so that we can be more efficient in our review and processing of applications. This was not a response to commercial development. This is staff asking council for help to be more efficient in how we review and process applications. It gives us a chance to eliminate some outmoded references, tailor it to some issues that we think are repeating themes that happen, and that really is the focus here, is to just sort of give us a chance to focus on the quality of the analysis, because before we've been criticized of not paying as much attention to all of the details of the 16 findings. And I will tell you, as a former staff writer of many reports, trying to be creative and come up with 16 findings for 100 plus projects year after year is difficult. So the ability to tailor and focus our discussion is really what this is about. And this started in early 2015. I think the growth meter ordinance came around in late 2015, I think December 2015. I understand that since this, and this matter has just kind of lingered on, and we haven't been able to resolve it yet. But this is not a response necessarily to some of the dialogue that has been taking place in the community.
Thank you. I think we're ready to have a motion to move this forward or otherwise, so the floor is open. All right, I'll make a motion. So I would like to move that we recommend adoption of the proposed ordinance, attachment B, to the City Council, and that staff please submit our full minutes to them as well.
I second.
So there's a motion on the floor. I'm not going to speak to the motion. Would you like to?
I'll reflect Commissioner Waldfogel's comment. I'm excited for this. I understand some of the concerns that this may inject a subjective bar that may be stunting, but I also think that staff's explanation for the purpose of cleaning this up, simplifying, et cetera, makes a lot of sense. And I also think that the objective is clear and exciting, so I'd like to see this move forward, and I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Any last comments, or should we just call a vote? All right, all those in favor? Those against? Abstaining? All right, the motion passes.
411.
All right, thank you all very much. That's item number 1. Let's move on to item number 2. This may be the big one for tonight. If we need to in the middle, we can take a few minutes break, but still early, so let's get started. So item number 2 is review and recommendation of project alternatives to the City Council for the Embarcadero Road Corridor Improvement Project. And let me just bring up my notes. So here we are looking at 2 concept plans for Embarcadero between El Camino and Emerson, essentially from Town and Country down to Castellea. The objectives of this project are to improve safety, efficiency, and the experience for all road users, essentially a multimodal approach. And I believe staff wants to kick it off with a presentation.
All right. Greetings, Commissioners. I'm Josh Mello, the city's Chief Transportation Official. With me this evening is Jason Mansfield, to my right from BKF Engineers. Jason's going to kick it off with a presentation. To his right is Shala Yazdi, who is our project manager with the city. And also in the audience is Gary Black, who is with Hexagon Traffic Consultants, and he'll be able to answer any operational questions that you have regarding the 2 different concepts. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason, who's going to run through a quick presentation, and then we're available for question and answer.
Thanks. Let's see if I got this. We'll use this here. Yeah. Hello, Commissioners. We also have Pierre from Calendar Associates there on our design team, the landscape architects, and down in the nitty-gritty of making it look good and work well, so they can answer questions as well. That's what I thought. Maybe roll. There we go. All right, so I'm just going to go through the basic outline here of talking about the background and our process and our goals and where we're at today and where we're going. So obviously this has been a discussion for quite a while as how can we fix this corridor. It's very congested, and I'd like to say it needs to be Palo Altoized. Get some bike facilities in there. So there was a phase 1 where they did some improvements to the traffic signals, right? And especially that intersection with the driveways and the pedestrian crossing. And then this is the phase 2, where we're looking at some more structural changes to the overall corridor. The previous to our involvement was a study and some recommendations that really defined what the corridor should be, and that's what we're looking at here, is from Embarcadero down to Emerson. So again, the phase 1 included some improvements to the driveway traffic signal, some signal timing and curb ramps at that intersection, and coordinated the pedestrian signal as well. I'm sorry. That work is done, yes. With the pedestrian signal and the driveways. Not beyond those 2 signals. Those 2 signals are coordinated.
So, yeah, so the last step is to actually, we can answer questions at the end too, the last step is to actually install a mobile communications device at the signal cabinet that controls the pedestrian signal and the Town and Country driveway
I'll just make
signal.
it just diminishes the credibility of the report if you say something's done when it's not. Just a comment, because people's experience on Embarcadero is still pretty bad.
Right. I think we were pretty clear that the coordination between the pedestrian signal and the driveways has been completed. Those 2 signals.
Yeah, the infrastructure work associated with phase 1 is complete. What's left to do is the signal timing changes and coordinating the driveway signal with the remainder of Embarcadero. So the infrastructure work is complete. That was part of phase 1.
And what we're looking at as part of phase 2 is coordinating with, say, the El Camino signal. And I think as a separate project, the city's looking at the overall corridor from 101. But if you look at our project area, the work that has been completed is the driveways and the pedestrian signal. We've also already completed part of our scope, which is looking at all the existing information, getting the topography as part of our base drawings and information utilities. We've also done some stakeholder outreach. We've met with town and country owners. We've met with the school district. We've had a couple of community meetings that were open, and also gave some information to Stanford and to Payback and a couple of others that try and elicit this information, and we've been able to coalesce that into some alternatives. In fact, I guess just to clarify too, on the community meetings, I mean, we pretty much started with a base of nothing, like, let's hear your concerns, your comments, like, wait, are all these signals coordinated? Because they sure don't seem to be, right? And so this helped define what we would look at and what we would address. And then we came up with a number of different ideas that were presented in, say, about 4 concepts in various different combinations. And that was what was presented at the second community meeting. And so that kind of helped vet what looked good, what people liked, what people didn't like. And that's what we used to come up with a couple of alternatives that you see today. So what are we going to do after this? We will take it to council with hopefully a preferred alternative that you all seem to like, and get that consensus from the council. And then we would start the environmental documentation for that to vet, impacts and potential impacts, that sort of thing, and incorporate that into a final design document that would then be complete like mid to late 2017. So our goals for the project were, of course, if we can, improve traffic operations. I mean, I know personally I've been stuck in that queue a couple of times, and would like it to move forward, and how many times do I have to sit through these signal cycles, right? So if we can improve the traffic operations, that would be great. Supporting mass transit, which also helps the traffic, of course, if we can get people out of their cars. There's a couple of transit stops in this corridor, so we want to maintain that. And improve bicycle comfort and safety. So right now, there's basically zero bicycle infrastructure through this corridor, and so we really need to include that. And that was one of the big things we heard from the meetings and from the stakeholders, was that there is a real need and desire for improved bicycle facilities through here. And also improved pedestrian facilities as well. So the westbound backup was one significant observation. That's personally, one that I've always seen, is trying to get up through the Embarcadero corridor just to make a right on El Camino. It takes forever. But there's also additional vehicular backup throughout the corridor, and we recognize that, and it seems to happen any time during the day. We look at peak hours, but really it could happen at any time during the day, and other times it's just fine. And then of course there's the Trader Joe's driveway. That's been a real bone of contention over the years, and various iterations and versions have been altered through the years, and recently it's actually different than the picture up here. It's been sort of modified so that it's a little more perpendicular to the roadway, so that people don't have to look back over their shoulder to see and merge the traffic, and hopefully that has helped a little bit. And of course, especially through the undercrossing, it's really a narrow, constrained corridor through there. And there's really, unless you're going to look at the bigger picture of replacing this bridge structure and abutments and everything, that's a significant constraint that we did not look at changing as part of this project. So it's really narrow through there. We assume we can't add bike lanes without removing a vehicular lane. It's really tight. And same thing with the pedestrian corridors through there. They're very constrained. So the bike's right on the sidewalk through that corridor, through that under the underpass. And actually, for the most part, over this whole corridor, they ride on the sidewalks on Town and Country frontage and Palo frontage. And then there's the pedestrian traffic signal. There's obviously a lot of different public perception on this pedestrian crossing. And what we found was it was well coordinated with the driveway, that we didn't see any time where it was not coordinated. And so that was good. That it's a shorter crossing distance, and I think we described it pretty well in the staff report, so hopefully you're able to read through that. But it's a reduced number of crossings, potential conflicts. It's a shorter crossing distance, so we really felt like that worked really well. And it wasn't a constraint to vehicular capacity. On the other hand, the coordination between the driveway signal and El Camino signal was erratic. Sometimes it worked well, and sometimes it didn't. And so that needs a little bit more vetting. As you know, it's a Caltrans signal, so there's the challenge of coordinating that. We've had some communication. In fact, at this point now, we do have an encroachment permit as part of this project, so that can open the conversation with Caltrans a little bit better, and we can hopefully have that conversation here soon, particularly depending on the preferred alternative that we're given, then we can give Caltrans more direction as far as what our plan is here. And again, there's lack of some pedestrian facilities or identifying exactly where they should be, unmarked crosswalks, a non-standard sidewalk widths, that sort of thing. As I mentioned, we did have the community meetings. They were largely attended by bicycle advocates. I think a number of payback members were at the meetings. And so I think that was partly why there was a large focus on bicycle improvements at the community meetings. But I think everybody seemed to agree that a lot of those improvements made sense. So if we want to get into the alternatives here, I'll run through. You can see down along the bottom of the page are some key features that we wanted to point out and some examples of what those features could look like here. And alternative one is largely the concept where we have separated bike facilities and pedestrian facilities on both sides of the street as much as we could, and a fully protected intersection at El Camino. So that means that the bicycles are given space of their own, apart from cars, apart from PEDs. And so there's potentially fewer conflicts and the expectation of where bikes and PEDs are supposed to be. It introduces some small islands at the corners so that they're directed in different areas, and it really isolates them with some pavement texture and that sort of thing crossing. You'll see in the example that there are green bike lanes in the protected intersection example, and we've got gray. We wanted to that was only because we wanted to avoid the Christmas color scheme there. So, if there's any comments on that, we're welcome to hear it. But we wanted to incorporate sort of a continuation of some of what you've already seen, say, at Stanford and El Camino intersection with the red crosswalks there. We've got a speed table at the northbound right turn from El Camino onto Embarcadero. Between the Pork Chop Island, we keep the big Pork Chop Island because there's a lot of utilities in there. It'd be very expensive to relocate, plus the geometry of the roadway with the acute angle there really says you kind of should keep that. It also helps with the large crowds when there's an event at Stanford for pedestrians to stage there. So we've incorporated a large pedestrian crossing area there that is, really adds some visibility, but also some place where they can wait to cross and that sort of thing. But again, the key feature here is the full protected intersection with the cycle tracks on both sides. So you can see that the bike area is raised and separated from the vehicles, and then it's also separated from the pedestrians. And there's buffer zones in there so that we can fit trees and light poles and signs and fire hydrants and things like that. So they're not in the bike lane. And then a couple more images just of the bollards and the wide pedestrian crossings so that we can avoid cars driving up onto it, that sort of thing. And also the pedestrian refuge, which you can see, we were able to include one on the Galvez end leg of this intersection. Because of the roadway geometry, we weren't able to really include it on all of the legs here. We might be able to add it on the northern leg of El Camino, but that's about the only place. The other locations with the protected intersection, it just takes up a lot of space, and the turning movements sort of preclude sticking that nose out there. Then as we follow along easterly towards the driveway intersection, you'll see that we carry those cycle tracks through. Once you get to the Pali frontage, there's not enough space. We're trying to minimize our right-of-way encroachment onto the Pali property. And you can see that there is a little bit of encroachment on this alternative at the intersection. But we were able to minimize that by then combining the bikes and the peds a little bit closer, so that they're still identified separate spaces, but there's no buffer there, and it's a little bit tighter, I would say. And we also try to keep those trees there. Another key feature here to look at is the Trader Joe's driveway. So we bring that perpendicular. It sort of more solidifies what's out there right now with the striping and the big giant bot dots. And we keep the transit stops. We'd like to improve those if possible, make it a little more desirable to use the transit. So we looked at, is there room for bus shelters? And then when you go under the underpass, because it is constrained, we can't really separate the different movements out in a standard manner. So we've got some creative solutions to identify, an expectation of where bikes should be, where bikes should be, where peds should be, so that there isn't as much conflict. And then, of course, we've tried to improve the landscaping, have the look and feel be a little bit more improved and pedestrian friendly, just more inviting. We also included a stairway here. That's the key feature here. So there's like a really little trough up the stair where you can drag your bicycle up. It's a little easier than dragging it up the stairs. And that's why it's a little bit larger than you might expect. But right now, that's where a bunch of people are cutting up the embankment. So they walk up the embankment there. Yeah. And we felt that was important. We heard that a lot of people thought that might be a good idea. And we've carried that through both alternatives. And then on the other side, you see we've made some alterations to the roadway connections here. I'll start with where you're going westbound on Embarcadero towards the underpass, and you want to connect into Alma. So right now that's sort of a straight shot, and a lot of people were concerned about the safety there because cars just drive straight through at speed, and it's hard for pedestrians to cross. So we've kind of brought the curb in and given them a little bit of a right turn pocket to get out of the traffic, and that way they're able to slow down and make an actual turn, and that's a little bit safer for the pedestrians and the bicyclists coming across with their, again, a cycle track on both sides of the street here. And carrying through on that same northern side of the roadway, we eliminated one of the roadway connections at Emerson so that there'd be only one crossing for peds and bikes, and it's a little more conventional. And then that follows through eventually to the connection to Bryant Street. Then on the south side, we've got the Kingsley intersection. And so we've, again, also tried to standardize it and square it up a little bit so that there's a little bit better visibility for everybody. And people aren't looking back over their shoulder at cars coming and not seeing bikes and peds. So it's a little more visible. We've separated out the bikes and peds here. They go a little bit different direction. So you can see that the peds are encouraged to cross Kingsley in one location, and we've got a little bulb out there so that they don't have as far to cross. They're not in the street as far. And that's about as far as we get. And we looked at it a little bit further, but there just wasn't the space in the roadway. And so we felt that should be a different project. We'd already extended the limits of this project a little bit, and so this is where we stopped with that. So alternative 2 is more of a focus on bikes on the Palo side of the road here. So we've got a two-way cycle track coming through here for bikes and, of course, the sidewalk. But what we heard from the community was, well, you still need to have some sort of bike facility on the town and country side. So we included a bike lane. But this was also to look at, can we improve the vehicular operations as well and capacity. So we added some right turn pockets, which does that a little bit. And I should say on both alternatives, actually, we've tweaked some of the turning movements at the driveways, and that helps improve some of the vehicular operations as well. But this alternative looks at the right turn pockets as well. So you can see it's sort of a half protected intersection almost. The southern leg of El Camino is very similar with that protected intersection. So then you move further down on alternative 2. Again, the focus is putting bikes on the Palo side and still having the space for more experienced and confident bicyclists on the town and countryside. But you do see that we have a little bit more impact into the Palo property. We've also changed up the Trader Joe's driveway just a little bit, so it's a much more conventional driveway approach. It's got a conventional driveway apron, very standard application there. And a median there so that you don't have left turning vehicles out of there. This is at the pedestrian crossing, the existing pedestrian crossing. We would have the bikes cross here. So again, focusing on a preferred bicycle route so that it's more expected of where they would be. Right turn. Oh yeah, right. Not only we had the right turn pocket on El Camino, but we also have the right turn pocket here for town and country. So you'll see that as well. And you might be able to see the turning movements here, changes at the driveways. So basically we're trying to add a dual left, and we're not adding lanes to these driveways, we're just redesignating what movements can turn from which lane. So we've got a dedicated left turn lane from town and country with all movements from the other lane. And then from Palo, we added, or we switched it up so that it's just I believe it's just a dedicated right turn. So then, as I mentioned, we kept the staircase through both alternatives. And then here on the other side, it's a little bit different. And again, a little bit the same. So the similarity is in the roadway geometry and connections. So we kept most of that basically the same. What we changed is, again, the focus on bikes and where they're going. So we really wanted to see how can they get to the Bryant Bike Boulevard, right? And that's a major corridor, and how can we make these connections with this project? And really, that was on the north side. So that's, again, why we focused on bikes on the north side. On the south side, they'd have to, if they came along that route, they'd have to mix in with traffic at this point or right on the sidewalk. We kept the pedestrian maneuvers pretty similar on the south side and on the north side for both alternatives. So again, just as an overall summary of the two alternatives, alternative 1, we've got sort of similar bike facilities on both sides of the street through the whole corridor, and then a full protected intersection at El Camino. An alternative to, we focus on a key route for bicyclists, especially for kids and that sort of thing. So they would be mostly on the Palo side, and then they would cross and be on the north side to be able to connect into the Bryant Bike Boulevard. There are also the right turn pockets for alternative too. To some extent, some of these can be mixed and matched, and we can come up with sort of a homologation of a preferred alternative, but there is a very constrained right-of-way. And, if you've got questions, you want us to, you want to see if something could be mixed and matched, we can let you know if that fits or not. We feel like these are both good alternatives. They're just a little bit different. They both incorporate what we've heard from community members and the meetings and the stakeholders. So it isn't like one excludes one over the other. But if there is some mixing and matching, just, ask away and we can hopefully answer if that's even possible.
And thank you, Jason. And just to go back to Commissioner Waldfogel's earlier comment about phase one and to bring you up to speed on some of the things that have been implemented over the last year as we move through this study. Shalo was the project manager for phase one of this project, which was solely comprised of traffic signal improvements. So a new signal cabinet was installed, and the existing pedestrian crossing that's signalized and the signal at the Palo Town and Country driveway were linked to one signal cabinet, and they now operate in a coordinated fashion. However, that is the one signal cabinet that is not linked to our new traffic signal system, our ATMS system. So we are currently in the middle of installing a cellular connection from that traffic signal to our central traffic control center. That will enable us to coordinate all of the signals along Embarcadero between Town and Country and East Bayshore. This week, we actually implemented a new traffic signal timing plan along Embarcadero between Gang Road and the Bryant Street signal. And you may notice that when you travel during the peak hour, we've actually coordinated in the peak hour direction, and folks departing the Middlefield intersection in the primary direction will actually get a series of green signals as they move at 25 miles an hour along the corridor. The next step, as I said, is to install communications equipment at the Town and Country driveway signal. And we also want to get the timing plan from Caltrans for the El Camino signal. We can't tie directly into that signal, but we can sync the clock for our larger coordination plan to the Caltrans clock, and it'll operate somewhat in coordination, but we'll have to check on it every once in a while to make sure. We've also installed what are called traffic buttons at the Trader Joe's driveway. While we were conducting the study for this project, we noticed that people were emerging from the Trader Joe's driveway without yielding to traffic that was already in the curb lane along Embarcadero. So we created more of a forced yield situation by pushing the cars more at a 90-degree angle and installing a yield bar, which now most folks are properly yielding and not blocking people in the curb lane approaching the driveway. We'll also be making a series of changes at the High Street ramp from Embarcadero up to Alma, creating a situation similar to what's shown in the concepts here, just using striping and traffic buttons. And we have outreach to all of the abutting property owners, and they're very supportive of that. So we're hoping to do that in the next couple weeks. So this has been a little bit of a, iterative process. We've implemented things as we've identified issues as we've moved through this project. So I don't want you to think that we're not paying attention to this area and that we're just waiting for, the long-term project to be completed. We are actively trying to address some of the concerns out there, and we've seen a little bit of progress. But I think once we get that signal linked in to the larger network and try to coordinate it a little better with the Caltrans signal, we'll see some improvements out there. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Nice. Well, thank you very much for the thorough report. Before I open it up to questions, do we have any cards from the public? No speaker cards? Okay. I think we should. Yeah. Please. Yeah.
Fill out the card, please.
Happily. And while you fill that out, we'll get you on deck. I just want to mention that my fellow commissioners, we can certainly have questions, but we've got a lot bigger diagrams up there, and my suggestion is we probably should walk over there and just look at the boards, and can we draw on them too, if we need? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask a framing question, not a specific question?
Go for it while we're
Sorry,
waiting for this drawing.
yeah, and by the way, thank you for the response. I mean, I just think that we need to be very sensitive about people's experiences as they move through town. So that's just, the root cause. Could you just speak to constraints that you faced when you were looking at this? And I'll just give you a couple of examples. I mean, I don't know if you had specific budget constraints, or I don't know if you specifically decided ahead of time you couldn't change where the Pally driveway is, or you couldn't eliminate the Trader Joe's driveway, or a pedestrian overpass was just completely out of budget. Or, I mean, I can imagine a lot of things that one could do that aren't part of this, but I assume that you had constraints.
So very early in the process, we looked at, the notes from the presentation to PTC back in 2014. There were a lot of good comments that came out of that when my predecessor presented the traffic signal project. We also, looked at right-of-way lines. Early on, we decided that widening underneath the tunnel was infeasible. So that leaves us with a 3-lane cross-section feeding, this section of roadway. Early on, we met with Town and Country and talked to them, and their parking is already at 90+% capacity during some of their high traffic periods. So taking away any of their parking through right-of-way acquisition was seen as, pretty unfeasible. We met with the school district and talked to them, and they seemed relatively open to starting a discussion about right-of-way acquisition from the school district. However, there's a line of old-growth oak trees, pretty close to the right-of-way line. So we kind of drew the line at those trees and said that we didn't want to impact the school property any bit, anywhere near the area that would impact those trees. Caltrans, any kind of improvements in the Caltrans right-of-way would have to meet Caltrans design standards. The protected intersection, when we actually began this process, was not in the current Caltrans design standards, but as we moved along, they adopted a design information bulletin, is what it's called, that actually includes some specifications around protected intersections. So then that opened up that possibility. We did look at the pedestrian overcrossing pretty early on, and that would pretty much blow, the entire CIP budget and more. And we didn't really see, given the fact that there's an existing overcrossing parallel to Caltrain, we didn't think that that would be a wise expenditure of funds. And after we started to look at the traffic operations, and Gary can talk a little bit to this if you'd like him to, we determined pretty early on that the pedestrian crosswalk was actually not the primary cause of the motor vehicle congestion out there. It was the capacity at the Caltrans El Camino intersection, and then turning movements in and out of Town and Country that were actually delaying motor vehicles more so than the crosswalk. And in regard to the budget, we actually prepared the CIP request as we were moving through this process. So we had a pretty decent handle on we didn't scope this project based on a budget. We kind of scoped the CIP budget based on where we were at the time the budget was being assembled in this project. That's why the budget's actually a little bit higher than the planning level cost estimates if you look at the report.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to our public speakers, and then we can ask our questions or draw up on the board.
So we have 2 speaker cards. First is Tom Shannon, followed by Barbara Hazlitt. You have 5 minutes.
So good evening, Tom Shannon, 256 Kellogg. I live across the street from Castellea, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm also a big bicyclist. And just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Obviously, as neighbors, we have studied traffic studies with Castellea ad nauseum, but their traffic consultants actually say you need to plan for a 30% increase in traffic in the next 10 years. And this is mind-boggling to us in the neighborhood as to how that's going to impact the city. I don't know how we deal with that. especially if we leave the underpass as it is in its current state. Just moving along, a couple of comments. If you are a bicyclist, getting from Stanford on Galvez over across El Camino, either onto the sidewalk or going through the Palo Alto parking lot, Palo Alto High School parking lot, is incredibly dangerous. Those cars are on El Camino just taking that ramp. And so you have to negotiate where it's non-signalized to get your bike across that intersection. Then going westbound, to get onto the underpass from the, if you will, eastbound side of it. So you're over on Embarcadero on the north side, let's say, and they have those blinking pedestrian lights for you to press if you're walking across, but those cars are coming off Embarcadero at like 40 miles an hour trying to get to Alma, and you're trying to navigate your bike over onto that underpass sidewalk. Again, you don't, as a bicyclist, we don't take time to push the button and get all the lights blinking. So that needs to be really studied because you approach that from Emerson or High, and it's quite dangerous if you're not very cautious. Then the TJ driveway, thank you for mentioning that. Those cars will just completely block cyclists. You try to get out onto Embarcadero, and they're just lined up, ready to plow into that curb lane. And so invariably, I'm doing sort of an S-turn into Trader Joe's parking lot and coming back out to try to get on the sidewalk again. That's another big problem. I would really support, although I'm sensitive to the mess at Town and Country, but if we could get rid of that TJ merge, to me, it would let that curbside traffic move much more freely. And then is there any thought to a pedestrian overpass instead of that light from Pali to Town and Country? I mean, it just seems, if that light could go away, everything would move much more smoothly. If not an overpass, an underpass. I participated in the Homer underpass to Palo Alto Med Center, and we all kind of just speculated, oh, that thing is beautiful. I mean, it really works well. And then let's see. In terms of coming eastbound out of Stanford, once I navigate through Palo Alto High School parking lot or I'm on the sidewalk, there is no way I want to stay on Embarcadero. I mean, one of the alternatives, I think you said, come up and you stay on Embarcadero. I'm doing what he suggested pedestrians do, and I'm rushing to get onto that sidewalk on Kingsley to just get out of that speeding traffic coming up through the underpass. And actually, once you're on that sidewalk and you do that pedestrian cross at Kingsley, it's okay because then you can sneak in on the sidewalk and get on Emerson, go to Emerson, and then come down Kellogg and get onto Bryant and keep going on your way. So anyway, that's a couple of feedback comments. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have Barbara Haslett. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for all this information, Jason. So I have lived for 35 years at the corner of Emerson and Embarcadero at 1176 Emerson. And I did go to your first community meeting, but unfortunately couldn't make your second one. So I don't want to make this all about me, but looking at your concept plan alternative 2, where you look at, there's some little dotted lines that talk about modified driveway. I think one of those is mine. What are you doing to my driveway? Jason?
So Chair, Chair, do you want to have the speaker
please
complete the 5 minutes of dialogue, and then we can respond to questions?
Yeah, let's do
Is that fine, ma'am? Ask all your questions and staff will respond.
Okay, so that's question 1. The second one is about the right-hand turn from Emerson onto Embarcadero. Is there going to be any change there? I was a little bit confused about a turn to make it safer for those cars that are going directly to Alma versus those that are trying to get on Embarcadero. So, as it is now, it's just kind of you stop at Emerson and Kingsley, basically, and then you proceed on to Embarcadero. So does that stay the same? That's my second question. And my third one is a personal recommendation. Why don't you just close Emerson? And then you can make that bike area very safe to the Bryant to whatever this Bryant bike business is. Because at this point, Emerson, it's probably true of so many of the streets in Palo Alto, but Emerson is an absolute speedway, you know, for people cutting through and trying to get down to Whole Foods or University. And it's very dangerous for the bicyclists. I mean, finally, Palo Alto put a stop sign right by our house at Emerson, which we've asked them to do for decades because of the bicyclists that come from Pali. They don't stop right there at Emerson. They charge on by, and the cars, there was no stop sign there forever. So at least that's hopefully a safety improvement. But I would recommend you closing Emerson. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So just going to this comment that Chair said, right? We implemented the best practice that either staff or applicant responds to the public comments, right? So please also respond to Tom Shannon's comments as well.
Sure. In regard to question 1, how will the driveway be modified? I'm assuming that the speaker's home is one of the 2 homes fronting Embarcadero Road between High Street and Emerson Street. If that's the case, those driveways will simply be lengthened and realigned to intersect Embarcadero Road at a 90-degree angle.
So I think she just said that's incorrect. I think, are you on the south side?
No, I'm on the north side. I mean, maybe I just don't understand enough about the geography. I'm on the north side, and as you come off Emerson to yield onto Embarcadero, my driveway is right there. My home actually fronts Emerson. It's Emerson and Embarcadero. And then there are a couple more houses as you go toward High. I mean, you actually have a picture of the sidewalk that I'm talking about in my driveway, essentially, somewhere.
So that's the building with the garage in the front, right?
No. Anyway, you aren't encroaching on my property, right? Or you would have contacted me?
Could you?
We are within the right of way.
Could you show us on the plan?
It's where there's a sidewalk. You see a long picture of the sidewalk, but it's none of those 4.
Would you just point it out to them on the plans, ma'am?
It is one of these 2, right? It's this one. It's this one. And that's her driveway. She fronts on Emerson. This. Okay. I know the intersection points to what's there. Okay.
So what was the answer?
We've identified the house. Would you like me to respond?
Please.
So the speaker's home, as well as the home directly to the west, because we are moving the curb south to accommodate a bikeway and and continue to maintain a sidewalk, the driveways will need to be lengthened and realigned to intersect Embarcadero Road at a 90-degree angle. There are no impacts to the private properties. It's all within the existing right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. So they're shifting the sidewalk south, kind of towards the inside of Embarcadero, and there's a bike lane, and the sidewalk is remaining.
The street is getting narrower.
And the stub of Kingsley is being removed and converted to a pedestrian and bikeway. And then in regard to our second question, the off-ramp from Embarcadero to Alma Street, what we're recommending, so one of the biggest issues out there, and the previous speaker mentioned it, is you're looking over your shoulder backwards at vehicles that are traveling well above the speed limit typically, and folks do not use their turn signals when they are exiting to go to Alma Street, so it's nearly impossible to tell which vehicles are turning right to go up to Alma and which are continuing in the curb lane through the tunnel. So as a pedestrian and cyclist, it's very hard to judge gaps in traffic in that curb lane and tell which vehicles are coming off Embarcadero and which are continuing. So what we're recommending is creating a dedicated right turn lane that would, pedestrians and cyclists would immediately be able to tell that a vehicle was turning right and exiting because they would be in that lane, and the vehicles in that lane would be able to stop to yield to pedestrians and cyclists without worrying about a rear end collision from vehicles behind them on Embarcadero, because they would be in their own dedicated right turn lane.
Thank you. So we're going to close the public comment for now. Commissioners, I see a number of lights. Would you all like to go through some of your questions here and then go up to the board as necessary? Okay. Let's start with Vice Chair.
Thank you. So first, just let me thank you for nice drawings. I don't know who drew it, but I'm sure that the person who does it pays lots of attention. Is she here on the floor? Or what's your name? Pierre. Congratulations. I think those are very well done drawings, right? I just, you should have been here speaking to us, and just it could have been just a good presentation as Jason did. So thank you very much. And I think it's very nice because I think it's not first time that you come to us. I remember your logo from some other meeting, but it's nice to have as much as we respect Alto planning, right? It's nice to have some competition, right? Because you just provide a fresh breath of fresh air, and I hope it's going to stay this way. So, and you, on the drawings, you provide a number of the interesting solutions, right? So first of all, I welcome your proposal of changing this, of change to High Street, or redesign of the turn to High and going to Alma, because it's a bicyclist and cars intersection of apparent collision, right? Pretty much, you cannot just guess which the car is going straight or the car is going not that much straight, right? So, and they are driving at a very high speed. So that will be a very welcome resolution. I was wondering if maybe the stop sign would on that signaling for the cars that they need to stop before they make a right turn. It would if it would help, as opposed to just installing the beacon or some other lighting. So it would maybe save dollars on some on the implementation, but would have the same effect, right? Because at the crossing, pedestrian crossing, you just provide the signal, the traffic signals, right? That would allow just to press the button, and then pedestrians or bicycles would cross, right? But if you stop the cars, then pretty much you may not need this signal. So just but you don't need to answer. I think it's already is much better than what it is, right? So that's number one. Number two is that I like this staircase that you propose. It's on solution number 2. It doesn't show on. Oh no, I'm sorry. Just let me take it back. It's on both attachments. It's on both proposals. The only thing that I was going to make a comment on is that if you could just make the staircase the same way as it is on the other side, because you have a staircase that's designed in a specific way on the other side of the bridge. So your plan doesn't follow this, but if you just make a gesture toward this who designed this 70 years ago, you're going to be a bigger winner than you already are, right? And this will make this tasteful detail. Then a couple of other items. So in terms of this, what you call the Dutch intersection, and I'm just looking into intersection of El Camino or King's Highway with Embarcadero. Typically, when you have Dutch design, right, then the bikes it's designed this way. They just go in the circles, right? It's not designed this way here, and maybe because you were more constrained with the existing conditions, I'm guessing. But if there is a possibility just to make the bikes flowing, so they can seamlessly go straight and then turn right? And when you think about the Dutch intersections, right, they are designed also including the traffic lights, that bikes have precedence over the cars, and then at a certain traffic light conditions, it allows bikes just to seamlessly cross one way and then make a turn, right? And so pretty much they just go halfway, and that maybe would be improvement here, right? Another question I have here is about when you look at those plans, when you come from Stanford on the south side, from Stanford area and toward Palo, then there is this zigzag. The bikes turn right, and then they have to turn left. Yeah, Eric will show it on the plans. So I was just wondering, why is it this way? Can't it be redesigned so the bikes will go straight, as opposed to just making this zigzag? And I'm guessing that maybe you all follow that existing conditions, because that's what it looks like there. But if we are already spending money for just for redesigning this area, that would be possible just to have the straight alley for the bikes coming on the south side from Stanford to Palo. You can always just have the argument, counter argument against my words, and you can prove me wrong if you're going to say that there is not that many bikes that take this route, and I will just probably buy it. But please consider this. There is. One second, I had one more question. I will just prepare for it, and I will just yield a voice to my colleagues. Thank you.
Commissioner Waltfogel, I think you were next.
Whoops, thank you. I'm not sure I have a lot of additional comments right now. It looks like Alternative 2 has a slight traffic improvement. It has a couple second traffic improvement, and Alternative 1 does not. Why is that? What are the parts that add to that, contribute to that?
So Alternative 2 includes new right turn lanes going westbound at both El Camino Real and Town and Country driveway. So those right turn lanes don't currently exist. So there's added westbound capacity.
And then what do we give up in terms of bike circulation by adding those? I mean, can you just speak to that a little bit?
I'll let Jason get into it, but I think the sidewalks are a little bit narrower, and we can't fit in a maximum width cycle track on the south side. It's a little bit tight. And then we get to, we have only a bike lane in the westbound direction, and bikes going in the eastbound direction would either need to be on the raised cycle track or in the travel lane. But I'll let Jason talk about the specific geometrics.
Yeah, I think, it's a little deceiving because it doesn't look too much different as far as the bike widths and the sidewalk widths, but there are, it's a foot here and a foot there, and that just means that then, you can't have everything, right? So the main thing is, where do you put the street lights? Where do you put the fire hydrants, traffic signals, street signs? And by not having those right turn pockets, that allows you to have those buffers that you can put those things in for Alternative 1. Once you add those right turn pockets, you lose those precious few feet that you need to house those items. And otherwise they'll be in the middle of a sidewalk or in your cycle track, that sort of thing. So you do lose some of that cycle track, and that's why. But we are able to fit, and that's why we're able to fit a bike lane in the street, because then you don't need those buffers.
Yeah, so basically Alternative 2, if you were walking or biking on the north side, the Town and Country side, it would be less comfortable than the south side. The south side has a two-way cycle track, a planting strip, a wider sidewalk, whereas Alternative 1, both sides are equally as comfortable for cyclists and pedestrians.
So just to clarify, in Alternative 2, there's a cycle lane that's in the road at the Embarcadero El Camino intersection?
Yeah, Alternative 2?
Yeah.
Alternative 2 has a westbound in-road bicycle lane, and then it has a two-way raised cycle track on the south side. And that cycle track transitions to the north side at the pedestrian crossing, goes under the tunnel, and then ties into Kingsley, which leads to the Bryant Street Bike Boulevard.
Right, so currently, I mean, I've ridden this hundreds of times, so currently, typical condition westbound is just to use the sidewalk, since Embarcadero is a bit hazardous.
Yeah, and then a lot of the more vehicular, comfortable cyclists, they'll typically use the ramp at the Trader Joe's driveway to enter the road and then ride into Stanford, where there's actually a bike lane that begins on Galvez. But a lot of most of the cyclists actually just stay on the sidewalk the whole way across the Trader Joe's driveway and all the way to Stanford.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I actually think you just brought up a pretty interesting point, that the behavior we kind of see currently and maybe subpar is the cyclist using that north side sidewalk instead of using the road. And we actually haven't really talked about pedestrians yet, but that is an issue for folks there as well as folks getting on the bus or shuttle, things like that. Commissioner Rosenblum.
Thank you. A couple of questions. So on the south side of the street going towards from Stanford to Alma, currently, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong about this, if you're trying to get onto the bike path, the dedicated bike path that runs alongside Alma, you have to cut through Palo on that side. On the other side, there's an opening to Town and Country, but the Palo opening is within the Palo fence. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's two ways to access the Embarcadero path along Caltrain. You can go up the ramp in front of Trader Joe's, and that connects directly to the path. You can also ride through the parking lot of Palo, and they have an opening in their fence that connects directly to the path. So we're not marking that as an official route in these concepts, but Palo has said to us that they're going to keep that open. So if you look at alternative 2, if you're going to the Embarcadero path, you don't necessarily have to you don't have to use the pedestrian crossing and then go up the ramp in front of Trader Joe's. You could actually take a slight right and go through the Palo parking lot and use that existing, but it is on school district property. It's not public right of way.
Yeah, so that seems suboptimal to me. We don't want the public cutting through Palo, and I'm sure Palo doesn't really want the public cutting through Palo. At the same time, they obviously have to keep that open. That's how their kids get to school. At the same time, this seems like a fairly cheap improvement to, is it a question of right of way? There's no room to put another cut that goes on the other side of the street. I guess that on that side of the street, there's no way to have a public access point into the bike path. Is that correct?
So we would either need to acquire an easement or property from Palo and build a proper shared use path through what is now the parking lot, or we would need to regrade the embankment or build a retaining wall of some type and build a similar ramp to what's on the north side.
I see. So right now I'm just asking questions. My recommendation is probably just improve signage on the existing route, but it is something where there's just really odd things that happen in that whole area where people just don't know what they're supposed to do, which is especially odd because it's off of one of the major bike thoroughfares, and you're just left stranded. In terms of the two alternatives, they're both certainly attractive compared to the current status. Particularly, all of us have talked about this from the point of view of bicycling. I'm a little surprised by and I know that we're not really supposed to be thinking in LOS terms anymore, but that the reduction or the degrading of time is by a couple of seconds, when the difference between the two scenarios is a full car lane, I believe, right? And so it is a little bit surprising to me that between scenario 1 and 2, the difference at peak hour is estimated to be just a couple of seconds. Can you talk about that a little bit? Is there a concern that reducing the total number of lanes will lead to significantly greater traffic?
So I'm going to invite Gary Black from Hexagon to come up. He's the one who performed the detailed traffic analysis related to this project.
Yes, thank you. Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. So the question is, why don't the right turn lanes provide more benefit, essentially? Is that the
That's
question?
correct.
Well, they provide some benefit, but it's not a massive improvement. I think probably the easiest way to characterize that is that the right turn, we speak in the terms of critical movements. So there are certain movements at an intersection that really determine how it functions versus movements that really don't. And the right turn there it's not a critical movement, so it helps to get the right turn cars out of the through lanes, because the through traffic is the highest on Embarcadero. So if you get some of the right turn cars out of there, then you get some improvement. Also, maybe not reflected in the calculations because this gets real detailed, but sometimes you have a case where the right turns come along. I'm talking about El Camino. And the right turn cars, and there are pedestrians there, and they have to stop. And when they're stopping for the pedestrians, then that blocks the entire lane. And if you had another lane for them to get over, they could kind of sit there and wait for the pedestrians to go by. And so that would create some additional benefit. We also did a queuing analysis, and the queuing kind of shows much more improvement by having the right turn lanes, and that's where I'm getting at getting the right turn cars out of the through lanes, so the queue doesn't extend as far on the queue lane, so on the through lane. So we did show that there would be a substantial reduction in that westbound queue that Jason showed a picture of it at the beginning. It goes all the way under well, you know how far it goes, under the underpass and back. You can't even see the intersection or anything from the end of the queue. That would be, I think, substantially shortened. So that's another way to look at traffic improvements.
And I would just add that given that we're working within existing right-of-way as much as possible, and we're dealing with Caltrans and Stanford, and a lot of our comp plan policies are pretty clear about, major widening projects. And I think all we're going to be able to do here is achieve some minor operational improvements. We're not going to see major level of service improvements at this intersection.
So given that, to the extent that we're here to help give input into these plans, Concept 1 seems superior to Concept 2. You have protected bike lane. You're not giving up much in service or throughput according to your traffic models. It's clearly, to me, it'd be a much less stressful journey. I'm a very confident cyclist, but even I stay on the sidewalk the entire time currently. And that route, I don't know what the pattern is for maximum, or for the sort of demographics of cyclists that are going between Stanford, Town and Country, Palo, et cetera, but I imagine you have families, children, you have high traffic, obviously on game days going to Stanford and for events, and I imagine you have a mix of people, many of whom are not confident cyclists, and having the westbound road be intertwined into 3 narrow lanes, because it looks like the lanes have gotten narrower. At least this is, to the extent these are drawn to scale. You have, in alternative 1, you have wider lanes going west, and to alternative 2, you've squeezed in a right lane, but it seems like you've given the other lanes a little bit of a diet. So you have a narrow bike lane surrounded by several narrow car lanes, and that feels like you would need a degree of confidence that is not necessarily expected for the people on that particular intersection. So to the extent giving feedback, given that it doesn't seem like there's a great trade-off in terms of throughput of cars, feels like scenario 1 is preferable to me.
If I could jump in, since I'm standing here, you didn't exactly ask, but we also looked at the interconnecting of the signals, the synchronization of the signals. They're not synchronized now, as I think has been mentioned. Occasionally they look like they are because just through random cycling, they seem to work really well, but then other times they're completely out of sync. And so we did show that you would get probably as much traffic improvement from synchronizing those signals as you would from adding the right turn lanes. So that would be something that you would see some improvement from that. And you would also see some improvement from kind of reconfiguring the Trader Joe's driveway, which is another problem out there. And so both of the alternatives we assumed would reorient the Trader Joe's driveway and synchronize the signals. So the right turn lanes would be just kind of added on top of the improvement that you'd get from those other measures.
Thank you for that. And one more comment on something that your team had brought up as something that you wanted input on. And this seems very minor, but color schemes. So provided that you do have scenario one, where you would be in a protected bike lane, then the need for green or highly visible bike striping doesn't seem necessary. The crossing with El Camino, though, I have noticed that since the green paint has come into play in Palo Alto, and there's been a lot of complaints about it, as a cyclist, it's clearly more visible. And as a driver, it does remind me that this is also a cycle lane. And so to me, particularly given that you're going to have cars coming at higher speeds, making that right turn, so you're coming from a protected bike lane, and even if you have the correct light, and I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Gardias, that having good traffic signals, giving bikes priority to first get across, perhaps, is something to take seriously here. But I would strongly prefer the green striping going through the intersection with El Camino. And that's it for me for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosenblum. So two quick things. So one, I think it is actually helpful if we can state our general preference about which alternative you prefer, or if you have a mixed plan you'd like to see go forward. And two, just a question before we move on this issue of the gains for cars in terms of that 2.5 seconds. Do we know what the gains for cyclists would be in the same area? I was just thinking, even though we do have to move away from LOS, what about multimodal level of service, and were there any calculations done in between these two alternatives for bikers?
We have not calculated multimodal level of service for the two alternatives. However, both of these include, class 4 separated bikeways, which have been shown throughout the United States to dramatically increase the number of cyclists. There was just a report that came out, I think, 2 weeks ago that looked at the rate at which cities are adding separated facilities. And I think it's an exponentially higher growth in the actual number of users over that. We can provide that report if you're interested.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering. Just so everyone knows, I am collecting some overall comments where I hear consensus about lights giving precedence to cyclists, suboptimal for cyclists to cut through Pali, green paint is good, things like that. Next, I believe Commissioner Tanaka.
A few questions. Well, first of all, let me thank you guys for the work on this project. I think this is long overdue, and it's good to see that there's some good ideas here. So my questions have to do around, for these areas, can you talk a little bit about, for today, what the current percentage of each modality is in terms of transportation, like in terms of pedestrians, in terms of biking, in terms of cars? How does that break down?
Just roughly, during the peak hour is what I remember probably the best. There's about 800 cars. Sorry. That's awkward. There's about 800 cars in the peak direction on El Camino in an hour. There's about 30 pedestrians and about 50 bikes.
And if you have these separated bike lanes, what do you think what does your crystal ball tell you in terms of what would the breakdown be?
We didn't do any estimate of whether there would be any increased bicycling as a result of those lanes being there, so I couldn't comment on that. Maybe Josh has some experience from other city projects.
That's a very inexact science. There are several models that have attempted to calculate that, but there really is no good. There's studies that look at the impacts of adding, networks of bikeways, and that's the one I mentioned a little bit earlier. But as far as, a before and after, we just really haven't been building separated bikeways long enough to have that kind of data.
Do we have any idea of how many people actually cross Pali to Town and Country?
Yes, we counted the crosswalk. In the peak hour, I think the highest we got was about 20, so it's not huge. I should point out, though, that the number of students that cross the, I'll call it the bridge or grade separation by the railroad tracks, was 10 times higher than that. 250, something like that, that cross there by the Caltrain tracks.
Okay. So it seems like pedestrians pretty much favor that way of crossing versus using the light.
Well, certainly bikes do. Pretty much all the bikes use.
No, I'm talking about the pedestrians.
Right. So pedestrians, I would say it would be more evenly split between the two, between using the crosswalk and using the overcrossing.
Okay.
So if I could jump in here, the counts that were done for this were done during the construction at Palo when the walkway was actually closed, leading to the crosswalk. But, you know, looking at the notes from the last presentation to the PTC, the count that was done prior to the signal project actually counted 1,500 pedestrians moving across the crosswalk during the lunch period at Palo on a typical weekday.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I'm asking this question is because I'm just trying to understand, you know, the usage, right, and the different modalities. Because I think as we think about this intersection or this area, we want to understand kind of how each modality is used, and more importantly, how it would change. So one of the speakers mentioned the idea of having an overpass. At what point in time does that make sense?
I can jump in and say that I think the speaker seemed to be believing that signal was causing some congestion issues, the pedestrian signal, and therefore an overpass would get the pedestrians off of the street and make the road flow more smoothly. Our study showed, I guess, exactly the opposite. There was no delay whatsoever because of that pedestrian signal. No additional delay. And in my professional opinion, we need a way for pedestrians to cross the street. There are no crosswalks at the Palo driveway and the Town and Country signal. That does not have pedestrian crosswalks and doesn't allow pedestrians to cross there. I guess there's, the pedestrians need to cross at the crosswalk signal. Plus, that's a lot shorter. We did look through the screening process. What if we added crosswalks at the Palo driveway and the Town and Country? That's almost twice as wide there for pedestrians to cross. So it takes them a lot longer to cross there. There would be a substantial increase in vehicular delay if you had pedestrians cross there versus where they're crossing now. If you were to take the pedestrian crosswalk away and not have pedestrians cross at all and say put in a bridge, you wouldn't see any change whatsoever in the vehicle flows.
And so,
if I could add, you know, even though we took the counts during the period when the pedestrian traffic was low, the signals have been coordinated, and you know, whether there's 5 pedestrians or 50 pedestrians crossing, they're still going to cross, you know, during the same signal phase that is coordinated with the driveway signal. So, you know, more pedestrians doesn't necessarily mean that the signal is going to have a walk sign longer. It's still going to be the same cycle length.
okay. And there's only 20 people an hour passing across Embarcadero from Palo to Town and Country.
Well, that was when we counted. Josh pointed out the lunchtime. For this particular count, we didn't count the lunchtime. So I can certainly believe that it's a huge number.
Really? Like how big?
We didn't count the lunchtime because that's not one of the busiest times for the overall combination of traffic, pedestrians, and bicycles. Mm-hmm. The highest combination of all those is in the morning, you know, before school, and then the typical commute time, say 5 o'clock.
Okay. So the lunchtime count that was done in 2014 There were 1,500 students crossing towards Town and Country and back during lunchtime, so 750 in each direction. That was before the fence was opened at the back, enabling students to use the overcrossing along the rail corridor.
Okay, that sounds a lot more reasonable to me because 20 didn't sound right. It seems a little bit low to me, but okay. And what about El Camino and Embarcadero? What's the mix of modalities there in terms of biking, pedestrians, cars? What's the breakdown?
As I mentioned, the cars and bikes and pedestrians on Embarcadero, I said about 800 cars, about 50 bikes, 30 pedestrians. That's going on Embarcadero and crossing El Camino. If we want to talk about bikes and pedestrians on El Camino that are going north-south,
well, here's what I'm trying to get at.
There weren't very many.
I'm just trying to understand. So we have one alternative which has dedicated bike lanes on both sides. The other one doesn't, but it has more stuff for cars, right? And so I'm trying to understand like the mix of modalities right now, because that would also kind of inform the decision as to which one we want to pick. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, so I thought I understood from you what it looks like at Town and Country, between Town and Country and Poly, at least at that intersection. I was just trying to see what does it look like for El Camino. Does anyone cross El Camino as a pedestrian?
Yeah, the same pedestrian numbers that I mentioned, they're basically going to Stanford, except for the ones that are going to the high school. So the ones that are going up and down Embarcadero in both directions, they're basically going to Stanford. So they go all the way along and cross El Camino.
And I would add that it's a very uncomfortable place for pedestrians and bicyclists right now. I use that intersection quite a bit, and due to the free flow right turn lanes and the number of lanes and some of the holes and obstacles that are in the sidewalk area, it's a very uncomfortable place. So I wouldn't use today's numbers of bicyclists and pedestrians to, estimate what the demand actually is.
Okay. Well, I guess it would be interesting to know like what it is, and then what you guys think it might be if we actually corrected some of these issues. Because I do agree that there's a lot of issues, but I'm just trying to understand, like if we're trying to optimize the design, what are the constraints? What's the usage right now, so we make the right optimization decision. And then you mentioned that this was done with the constraint of not trying to increase the right of way, like for instance taking some property from Poly. What if you guys did? How would the picture change?
Well, to go back to your earlier comment about demand, something we could do between now and the council meeting is we could look at the bicycle and pedestrian traffic along Palm Drive and Park Boulevard, Serra, the other entrances to Stanford, and both of those have very high bike ped counts, so we could kind of estimate that if Embarcadero was made more comfortable, we might get closer to those numbers. That's one way to potentially, estimate demand. If the Pali property was not an issue, I think we may have looked at, additional, maybe a dual left turn lane from Embarcadero onto southbound El Camino, as well as, potentially a right turn lane, because we'd be able to accommodate high quality bike and ped facilities as well as additional capacity at the intersection.
Do you think Poly would have pushback on that?
We would most likely impact the old growth oak trees, the row of old growth oak trees that, front on Embarcadero.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Olczyk?
I think actually the comments that that my fellow commissioners have made have been good. I don't want to take up any more time. I'll just suggest my preference. I prefer alternative one. And I like to reiterate at junctions like this that perfect is the enemy of good. I don't think this will ever, I don't think that we'll be able to improve an intersection or a corridor like this so dramatically that everybody will suddenly go, wow, that was incredible. But I would like to see that this effort, comes to a quick resolution so that we actually so that we benefit from some of these safety enhancements. So that's how I feel.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just in terms of the preference, right? Because at the end of the day, you're going to ask us which scenario we prefer, and my colleagues already started speaking about this. So my preference is definitely the option A, the first one. And I spoke about this when we talk about Arrastradero corridor, that pretty much bike pathways should be aligned with the sidewalks on the major streets and arteries. And I think that we should have as a policy principle, doesn't have to be written, maybe best practice in Palo Alto, that on the major streets, bikes are aligned with the sidewalks, not with the streets. I don't like the solution that San Francisco has, that bicyclists and cars, they fight for the same space. It's not how it should be. You just have a Dutch intersection here in Holland. They pretty much separate those spaces. Bikes go their way. They are aligned with the pedestrian sidewalks. Cars go separate way. Those are two different traffic streams. So for next projects, I think that we should just, if it was up to me, of course, I'm just one of the many commissioners, I would not propose a solution that would just incorporate biking traffic into a major street. Rather, I would consider another option that maybe would have different perspective, but based on this assumption that, as I said, bikes should be aligned with the sidewalks. So again, my preference is just to have option number A. And then there's also one more comment that I would like to just have the answer from yourself, because you heard many comments from my colleagues about number of the details. I spoke about the staircase, we talked about the Dutch intersections, right, and many other comments. On many prior meetings, we provided you with many comments, but unless there was a motion, it wasn't clear to me what truly would be incorporated based on our reason that we provided to you, what would not be. So it may be it's a resolution that the Commission should just agree among ourselves to propose, but just for now, I would like to just hear some sort of declaration of the changes from yourself, which would be just a checklist of these items that we convince you to incorporate for the next submittal to the city to the council. That would pretty much would allow us just to understand what items we convince you to put on the drawings for the next draft. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I'm going to make a couple small comments and a few questions. So it's kind of random, but it's actually quite hard to bike from the town and country parking lot onto the bike path. I always find myself kind of cutting through those plants and little parking strips. I don't know if that's part of this project, but just wanted to give that feedback. And that actually relates to Commissioner Rosenblum's point. If you're on the south side of Embarcadero and you want to get onto the bike path, I actually think that's an opportunity. You mentioned, regrading the embankment. I don't know how hard that is, but I think that'd be a big win, actually, rather than sending people through Palo or signing it to tell them to take another route. I think what appeals to me about alternative one is that it's a simpler approach, actually. It's a design that, as the vice chair mentioned, follows the sidewalk instead of the road. I think putting the bike path marked in green down the middle of the north side is a little hectic. And to Commissioner Rosenblum's point, the green paint, I agree, is actually nice if I'm a cyclist. I'd prefer to have a separated bike lane, though, actually, in all cases. One other comment, you mentioned it's pretty hard to extend the network or these improvements up to Bryant because of space. we should keep that on the table, or at least highlight it to council, because Bryant is so important to our bike network, and just having a gap of 2 blocks or shuttling people through Kingsley or Emerson is not sufficient in my opinion. I'm sure you guys saw Whitney McNair's letter from Stanford. There are a couple of really good points in there about turning signals for trucks onto Galvez, things like that. It'd be nice if you can respond to those. One question, it's kind of random. Did you guys consider at all the Stanford Caltrain stop? I realized looking over the overview map that that's actually where the Caltrain stops for game days. And I think that would contribute to those connections from the path, the bike ped path, onto Embarcadero, whichever side you're going on. Were there any look at that?
I mean, we did think about high levels of pedestrian traffic during events. You know, we thought a little bit about that on the connection to the Stanford Perimeter Trail on the Stanford side, but the pedestrian space is not really, you know, increasing or decreasing in either all the alternatives, except for alternative 2. There may be some need to place some poles within the sidewalk, and that would be the natural route coming down from the, you know, the train station.
Okay, thank you. Just on concept plan 2, a few critiques and kind of why I come around to supporting alternative 1. The bike lane on the north side, if I'm reading this correctly, I might be biking on the sidewalk and then I'm going to enter the green sharrow right where the bus or the shuttle is turning off to pick up or drop off folks. All right, that's an issue for me. All right, any other, we have more lights already. Commissioner Waltfogel.
Yeah, I'm convinced by the arguments around alternative 1, but I do have a request for you, which is when you think about Embarcadero eastbound, it reduces to 1 lane under Caltrain. So given that, I wonder if we could just think about the El Camino to the underpass segment and maybe find a way to restripe or think about this so we could create some right turn lanes. I mean, maybe we just think about that single lane condition, you know, possibly extending all the way to El Camino. I mean, I don't want to design this for you, but I mean, if we could come up with a hybrid where we have a separated bike lane on the sidewalk and we can enable some traffic improvements, particularly those right turn movements, which buy us something. I mean, just if there's something we could explore, I think that would be an interesting option to look at.
We can certainly do that. One caveat would be currently we're showing the 2 lanes exiting Town and Country both being able to make a left turn. So if we were to have only 1 receiving lane, we would only be able to allow 1 lane to turn left out of Town and Country.
Right.
But we can look at that, definitely.
But we do get into that merge condition after that, which has gotten quite exciting in the last couple of years. So,
and those never work very well.
Yeah, people don't understand the zipper. So anyhow, I think there's an opportunity if we can think about that.
Vice Chair, I think you have, no? Can you actually show me on?
What I'm saying is we reduced to 1 lane here already, so if you could extend that 1 lane condition possibly all the way to here, that buys more width for right turn lane conditions.
I'm sorry, Chair. Can we get Commissioner Waltfogel's mic on so we can? Thank you.
Sorry, I just need to see this.
I'm sorry, the mic won't help without a camera. Just saying that if we considered extending the single, traveling westbound, you take the single lane condition at the underpass and just hypothetically extend that all the way to El Camino. That buys a little bit more eastbound width. And I know that there's some things we'd have to work out, particularly at the El Camino intersection, you know, as we have the different turn conditions from El Camino. But, you know, maybe we could spend the money on the pork chop and relocate something, or I don't know. I just think it's worth exploring.
We can definitely look at that, and we'll include some language in the council report on our findings regarding that.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Anybody else want to go up to the board and look at it, draw on it, things like that? All right. At this point, I think we are ready to have a motion, if that's what you all want to do. In general, we're trying to recommend one or two of these alternatives. I will just rehash some of the comments I've heard from a number of folks. So one, light should give precedence to bikes. It's suboptimal to have cyclists cut through Palo. Maybe we could regrade the embankment, maybe improve signage. We're interested in protecting pedestrians on the north side of Embarcadero. And one way to do that is pulling the bike lane separate. Green paint is good in general, but maybe at least I prefer a separate bike lane. There was a little bit of talk about the overpass, but I appreciated the data you guys brought to us about that. And then there's a point about the staircase to aesthetically match the other side. I did notice on the islands it's got like a bike ramp on it, so you put your bike in and just roll it up. Cool. Any motions? All right, let's turn that all into a motion then. So I'm going to make a motion that we recommend alternative 1, and then some of the comments that we'd like to be transmitted with that motion are that traffic light should give precedence and extra time to bicyclists. It's suboptimal to have cyclists cut through Palo, and we may need to explore that little margin. We are interested in protecting pedestrian movements on the north side of Embarcadero. I don't know if we have to include the green paint. We prefer green paint. We talked about the overpass. I don't think we want to include that in this, though. And then the staircase would be nice if it could match the other side. So that's the motion I'm making.
Could I just ask for a point of clarification on the staircase? I assume you mean the design elements of the staircase, not the actual layout?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's correct.
Aesthetic design of the staircase. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by the vice chair. So I'm just going to speak to this quickly. For me, the biggest reason I'm supporting alternative 1 is I think we shouldn't necessarily preference one side or other of the street. And I really like the vice chair's comment that we really want bike pathways to be aligned with the sidewalk, not the streets. I think that's really, really important. I also just in general prefer the clean design of alternative 1 and the separated nature of the bike lanes. Would you like to speak to the second?
Yes. So yeah, I think so. There is a reason behind the option number 1, right? There is also, we mentioned a couple of other items. So if chair doesn't mind, I will add to the list that you were making some other items that we're talking about. We just Commissioner Rosenblum and myself, we talk about specifics of the Dutch intersection that would allow bikes just to pretty much go seamlessly and just maybe improve the design. Maybe there is a possibility just to make the route straight as opposed to zigzag, unless there is a reason. And I think that there is a reason because you were probably considering them just to entering Palo from that side or maybe just turning south. But if it's possible, just please include this and as a straight solution. And there were some other details that were set, right? So I would just like to have your checklist at some point of time. Just that would allow all the speakers to feel well that their comments were included. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I think we're ready to vote on this one. So all in favor? Is that a hand? Okay, thank you. So this one passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. And also I want to commend you, Pierre. These drawings were pretty excellent. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll get to item number 3.
Go to the restroom now.
Who remembers?
I like the best intersection.
this last one. It's no members of the public, so we got the press. So this last item for tonight is a discussion of a consultant's report on the individual review program. Let me find my notes. So this is about the individual review process for home additions and some suggested changes by the consultant. The IR process largely comes out of Comp Plan Policy L11, which is about preserving the character of neighborhoods and making them new structures compatible with adjacent structures. We can ask questions, make comments, or additional recommendations to council about potential improvements to the IR process.
Good evening again. Amy French, Chief Planning Official. We have a consultant, or had a consultant, who was responsible for this report attached to our staff report today, but was taken ill and could not be here tonight. One of the things that we were hoping is that we would have a bit more outreach before tonight's meeting, but that, again, related to the consultant moving on away from Palo Alto into a different job. We haven't had the outreach that we might have. So, that being said, we will certainly make sure we have that list of participants copied with an email before the council meeting, if not sooner. We are looking towards going to the council after the Planning Commission. Let me start with, first of all, the purpose of this meeting, which is to present this report you have and solicit your input. We are not proposing any code amendments at this time, but of course you can discuss any code amendments that might have been suggested in this report, or the topics, general areas of development standards. And of course we would return to the Planning Commission because any changes to Title 18 require input from the Planning and Transportation Commission. Likewise, any individual review guidelines changes would also come to this body, and prior to the director approving those for use. So to summarize, the consultant did reach out to many in the community, listed here and in the report. Over 50 meetings were held with with individuals, and 4 group meetings were held. There was a survey with 25 questions that were consistently asked. The report's findings are pretty positive, that the program is useful, it contributes to more compatible 2-story designs, the process balances the need for input without a hearing requirement, and the hearings are only upon request. And the IR program's purpose and intent are well understood. That is, a focus on massing scale and privacy rather than design review. The report does have some concerns about the program, and listed here on the screen, 7 concerns. This is among others that were noted. There were potential code amendments noted in the report, including a height standard, floor area standard, adjusting the IR process, and other options that might have been considered but not emphasized in the report. That concludes the report. I know we had some input. We had a letter from Annette Glenkoff, who was a part of the original single-family future that predated or that birthed the original individual review guidelines back in 2001. And we also had the comments tonight from Mr. Garber regarding the program. So I'm here for comments or for questions and address any concerns. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy to open it up to comments and questions from anyone. I've got my notes here, so I'm just going to kick it off. So quick question. I was intrigued about the suggestion to move IR to the development center. I was wondering about staff thoughts on that. Is that good for planning? Is it good for IR, or is it good for the development center?
Well, we've gone back and forth between the 2 buildings. The development center being the development services department versus the the facility of the place. There's definitely been a lot of use of that building over time. We used to have the preliminary meetings over there. What's nice about the preliminary meetings is that there's an opportunity to, hash out some of the early concerns with the selected approach. I think more recently, those are not attended by a staff member, just the consultant. I think that's, we've heard some comments about that. I guess moving it to development services group rather than planning, that would require careful study. So,
well, I would just say that I'm not sure what is saved by doing that move. I mean, I'd like to understand the comment more. I will tell you that at 80, on average, 80 applications coming in a year, the development center staff, it doesn't exist. I mean, it takes, we've got 4 people working on IR applications, and so it's a pretty heavy load. I guess if the idea is to transfer those staff over to the development service center to again process that load.
Okay. I guess a follow-up to that is, one of the things I noted is a lot of folks were commenting they'd love to see this be more of an electronically based program, right, where you can submit and see comments online, things like that. Is development services good at that? I know that I've seen a couple of their tools that seem pretty innovative, and they're all online, like Building Eye, things like that. Would they be better positioned to?
Well, I would just start by saying the building permit applications are all ministerial, and so there's a kind of a different animal, between that and a discretionary. If it weren't guidelines we were dealing with, if it was prescriptive, building code matters, then that lends itself better to electronic submittals. Okay. Not to say that in the future it won't go that way, but at this point we hadn't embarked on that.
Okay. One other question before I hand it over to other folks is, one purpose of the ordinance is to foster, I think this is a quote, to foster the emergence of new neighborhood design patterns. Have we accomplished that, and do we have any way of measuring that? I was reading over and I saw that. I'm like, well, what?
I'm sorry, that was in the report itself?
No, that's in the ordinance actually. So it's 18.12.110.A.5, and it's
That was the purpose of the IR program.
To foster the emergence of new neighborhood design patterns. I asked this question after Dan Garber's comments about that, right?
I would say, I'm just going to pull something out of the air. We have this couple of statements in the guidelines which are, make sure that the garages are subordinate. Even though there might be a pattern of forward-placed garages in an Eichler or other mid-century modern neighborhood, let's say, but because the guidelines have a preference for garages that are subordinate to the front wall of the home, we're seeing neighborhoods over time change to have the garages less prominent. Yep. That would be one example I can think off the top of my head.
All right, Commissioner Waltfogel.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I think it's generally a good report. I would, a couple things that I would echo. I would echo Adrian's point about whether the program is accomplishing its goal. So it might, in a perfect world, we might have some independent architects looking at projects that have been approved to say, did they actually meet the objectives of the program? I know that's a lot of work, so probably not something we should dwell on tonight. I also think that Dan Garber's comments are pretty valid. And one thing I was just curious: have we ever considered asking applicants to submit a compliance document as part of a packet? Something I've always been surprised by is that we have this program. It's actually a pretty good document. These are really good guidelines, and yet, unlike say Title 24 or other building programs, we don't ask people to certify that they've actually looked at it and that their building does meet the guidelines.
Actually, we have asked people to fill out a checklist to say how they believe they have met each and every guideline. That was put in place.
So is that part of the packet now? I mean, when you submit an application, is that part of the packet that's distributed, say, to neighbors?
I don't know that that's distributed to neighbors, and frankly, I don't know if that's currently happening. I remember a time, a year ago or so, that we were doing that, requiring that, because there was that suspicion that staff wasn't thoroughly, examining how closely the project was meeting the guidelines. So we reacted and created this.
Yeah, this isn't really doubting staff's ability.
No,
it's more, there should be a way to make sure that I'm not 100% sure applicants are aware of what they're supposed to do early enough in the process. And so I think given that we have this process, just ensuring that people are looking at it. I mean, I would actually like to get, I'd like to get a compliance document from, a licensed architect. So, sort of push it to the level where somebody who actually is in the design world looks at it and says, yes, it meets the criteria, but that might be more than we can ask for.
It is more than we can ask for. For single-family homes, folks do not need to hire an architect. They can be, designers. They do not have to be registered architects.
Well, and I might just add, similar to the conversation that we had earlier with the ARB findings, there is a measure of subjectivity in evaluating compliance, so we can get an architect who can write, statements that would indicate that, but there could be different perspectives on that.
Well, I'll just say this and then I will shut up, which is that having spent a lot of time with architects over the last 20 years, I've found that there's less disagreement among them about, what does and doesn't comply. There's less disagreement about what's good and bad design. There was less disagreement about, massing principles than, I think people suspect. So as I've, spent time with, good architects in the design community, I found that there's an amazingly high degree of consensus. So I'm actually a little less worried about subjectivity. I find that intersubjectively, the consensus is pretty high. But, as in anything else, your mileage may vary.
Right. And if I can just add further to that point, I just took a look at the IR application online, and we don't have the list of the guidelines on there, so we can take a look at how we might modify our application so that applicants are at least aware of it. And it's a big guideline, so we can provide a summary and then a link to that, and that might help inform, maybe even include some kind of a language in there that I have reviewed, this material, I certify that I've reviewed this material.
Other questions or comments? Vice Chair.
Thank you. So when I'm thinking about this individual review process, there are some controversial aspects that I hope that we can somehow get away from. In general, right, so let's make the statement that in general, that process, the design process should be independent from the subjectivity in this way that a designer, it's an architect or it's an owner. You don't have to be a licensed architect to design a building up to four family units in United States. So can collect all the constraints and design a building that will be not a subject of a further critique, because this way it just over constrains either the owner or the designer. So one way of approaching this, because of course neighbors, they have right to be concerned what's built next to their lot, is to have the neighbors to provide before the review a list of of some potential constraints that would impair their property, and then provide it to the designer or the owner without before the building is before the second or two-story house is designed, and that would pretty much complete the process. This way, you would free yourself up and the public and the designers from comments that are totally subjective, and would allow the owner and architect just to create the design that is based on the constraint only, and that he can control. Otherwise, pretty much I agree with Dan Garber, right? It's just setting one party against the other, and that's a question about who controls whom, because there is a risk of conflict of interest. I also think that staff should be fully impartial on those reviews. The process should be designed this way that staff doesn't provide any comments whatsoever to the architect or to the owner of the building that are beyond comments that are written in the code.
Do you mean related to the guidelines, or you mean the development standards?
To the municipal code. That's what I mean by this. That there should be no other, if there is a design review, that there should be, all the rules should be written and available to everybody. So that's just so that's a fair field. But then if there are some comments, and we know that they are, right, across all the municipalities that are made by the staff or by different consultants to the designers, that pretty much somehow impairs the process. So for this reason, I think that we should always stay away from trying to influence the design process, however the best building may be, trying to improve the design ourselves beyond this what's written in the municipal code.
Commissioner Rosenblum?
Yeah, a couple of comments. My concern with the IR program would normally be that this is kind of a neighbor against neighbor, so sort of the Dan Garber critique, or that it's really just a NIMBY program in disguise. We want fewer people, or we want less density, and therefore we're going to make it hard for neighbors to build houses. But the data in the report indicates that actually almost 100% of projects eventually get approved. This is just adding a lag and perhaps a frustrating review process. So the thing that's pointed to in the report that is the source of friction is the time per project. That's gone from 110 days in 2013 to 128 days in 2014 to 131 days, with an average of 155 days in the first half of 2015. But the consultant's report doesn't address very many things related to time. So the dimension that really does seem to be frustrating is time, and yet I think the only thing that addressed that was having a tiered approach. So I agree that with a tiered approach, there should be some level of simplicity below which it's not necessary to go through this process. I'm not sure how that would be defined. But the other thing, if you look at the causes for time, there is a waterfall from public notice to public comment period to convening a meeting, et cetera. And I think that there's places where you can squeeze time out. So for example, I don't think you can squeeze staff time much, because staff has a pipeline they need to deal with, and we only have so much city staff, and they're working through their backlog. But as a neighbor, if I get notice, my ability to write a letter doesn't need 21 days, for example. Either I'm interested in this project or I'm not. If I am interested, then I have an opinion on it. And so there's certain things where I think that time can be squeezed down significantly, And that could, I think, balance the utility of the community seems to feel from this exercise and the annoyance of having this protracted process that seems to only be gained longer. As a side note, I just want to know, I looked at the list of residents that were part of this focus group. It does seem really skewed to me, and so I just want to put a note to the consultant that the people I recognize are, certain council members who used to be leads of PATHs, so Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning, other leaders of that same organization, Palo Alto neighborhood leaders, and it seems to all come from a similar group of people, and so I view, I was inclined to view the report with some suspicion, but like I said, when I look at the data, the process seems valid to me. But as a note for this, it's a little bit unusual to have your focus group all be drawn from a community activist group, and probably should have made an attempt to bring in a broader cross-section of the community.
So, I'm sorry, just to that point, I do think that the report doesn't include a list of all of the people that were reached out to, and I think that was one of our follow-up conversations that we wanted to have with the consultant. I think there is a few that are might reflect a more diverse perspective, so we're looking into that. It caught our attention as well.
Right. When I look at the report, I think the report is a fine report. The output looks great, but the appendix around the individuals seems a bit skewed.
Thank you. Commissioner Olczak.
Okay. I want to start by saying that I'm really grateful that Mr. Garber joined us tonight. I happen to think he is a huge asset in our community. And so I think that his comments carry great weight. I agree. I think the report underrepresents applicants. Mr. Garber suggested that he wasn't sure if there are enough property owners. The residential property owner may have been underrepresented. I would suggest that it's not the residential property owner that's underrepresented. I think it's the applicant pool. I agree that it should be a city-exclusive approval. I'm not a fan of the current IR process. I don't think it just pits neighbor against neighbor. I think it also creates a sense of entitlement. It's an interesting point that he makes about equity. Imagine if the neighbor had to accept some burden immediately on his property. It's not feasible, but it's interesting. I'm going to speak really quickly to the data that Commissioner Rosenblum mentioned. I do think that there is a flaw. And I'm going to demonstrate it with an anecdote, which I know is you hate that. But I hope it makes the point. So let me start by saying that when you have an individual like Ms. French involved in the process, it creates a tremendous amount of confidence. I have a tremendous amount of confidence in the way that you administer sort of the process in general, the evaluation of the process. And I think that before I get to it, the question that you asked about the development center and the planning, I think that would be a tremendous mistake to switch anything over to the development center, because the development center doesn't appreciate the depth of these guidelines to the extent that the individuals in the planning department do. There's just a lot more tenure there. And not to take anything away from the development center, but the development center individuals were not involved in maybe these meetings that took place to develop the design guidelines. And so, for example, Ms. French has a tremendous sort of historical bank. So when we're talking about a specific issue within the design guide, well, there are gray areas throughout this sort of the design throughout the ordinance itself. And sometimes you need to go, well, what was the discussion about in that meeting when they talked about this specific restriction if you can't figure it out? And so I don't know that the individuals in the development center could provide that as much. But so here's the anecdote that I think sort of demonstrates the flaw. And I heard this from yours truly, right? There is a house, I won't get into specifics, developed according to the guidelines. And the staff throughout the individual review process was comfortable approving it as so. So in a sense, they administered this process so that the neighbor essentially communicated his issues, and they made the determination that the issues that were raised were not significant. The neighbor then threatened to appeal. That appeal threat was significant enough for the applicant to withdraw the placement of some architectural detail. Even though, I don't know if you remember having this, there's a home, it's a 2 stories, it had a window. The applicant wanted the window there, the issue essentially was determined not to be an issue. But the threat of an appeal process, even if it didn't make it to the consent calendar, even if it didn't get pulled from the consent calendar, was enough to create a disincentive to pursue that detail. And in my mind, that seems so unjust. So while this happened within the last 5 years, this happened in 2013. So while the report suggests that, here are the number of issues that were not, here are the number of applications that were processed, and someone made a concession that they didn't need to make. Now, a lot of people will tell you, a lot of arbitrators, which I believe that this process is some awful version of arbitration. A lot of arbitrators will tell you that if both parties are a little upset, then the result is good. I don't believe that. I don't accept that premise. If you do something and it is by the book, you shouldn't have to accept something less simply because somebody else is unhappy with that result. And accepting less so that both parties are a little, they got some of what they wanted and they didn't get some of what they wanted, isn't a just result. If in fact you should have been entitled to do X. And so that's how I approach the IR problem, because if a neighbor's involvement, and what are the issues related to time? It's not just the permit time and the build time. Those delays are substantial. It's suffice to say that those delays are so substantial that even a week is incredibly important, especially for example, I'm not surprised that the latter half of the year the applications are going faster on average, because most people don't typically apply. There's probably a heavier application rate in the beginning of the year than there is in the second half of the year, even though that should be reflected in the average, but I imagine that the amount of workload is less. But I don't necessarily know if that's just the result of us sort of these little improvements that we made this year. I continue to think that that leverage, and I've heard people talk about it. I countless stories that I've heard of individuals who lose it over their neighbor. Like, my neighbor's really squeezing me, or it's uncomfortable. I think one of the things that we realized very quickly in the process for the single-story overlay was that neighbors didn't really like being approached by neighbors. And that was nothing compared to when you spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars to sort of build your own home and your expectations there. I imagine that the least enjoyable part of being involved in this process is the amount of flack that comes over the counter. People frequently don't appreciate the complexity of these guidelines, and then they don't like the result. And their response can be, how could you let this happen? And it is uncomfortable, because You're not letting something happen. You're following the code. And I think that in large part, I'll give you a sec to sort of respond to this notion, but and it's totally anecdotal, which is a problem for, I'm sure, for like fellow commissioners. But how many instances have you seen people make a compromise that you don't necessarily think they had to make, simply because they wanted to avoid potentially lengthening their process? Comment.
I don't have a ready percentage, but in my current capacity as the hearing officer for projects that are processed in individual review, so I'm no longer overseeing that.
Right.
But they do come to the hearings, and certainly, I see through those that there have been compromises and delays. Certainly, whether it be a tree, and a basement. People are able to use this discretionary process to air their grievances about all sorts of things that have nothing to do with the guidelines. I see that happening. So, it's due process. People have the opportunity, and they have an opportunity to compromise to get to the finish line.
Right.
That's true.
No, look, again, that just goes to show, right? Your response is so profound. Right? It shows a great deal of transparency in the process, that this process is really susceptible to misuse. That's my concern. Right? If it's a grievance that has nothing to do with the single-family review process, that's a problem. That is the headline. People are using this process sometimes in ways that make your life harder, the department's life harder, the applicant's life harder. And how can we discourage that? That would be, in my opinion, if we're going to move forward with this report, of course staff would have to be interested in the notion of being the decision maker. And I don't know that they want to, because I think Daniel Garber very politely suggested that you guys were essentially encouraging applicants to figure it out so that you didn't have to be the bad guy. I think he was politely suggesting that. And whether or not that's true, I would like to see a suggestion, or at least a discussion of a version of the IR that eliminates this. I'm not suggesting neighbors can't be informed, and I'm not suggesting neighbors can't suggest. And I'm not exactly sure what to do about an appeal. An appeal is an appeal, and if an applicant doesn't have the sort of wherewithal to fight that appeal, then that's an unfortunate situation for them. But if they do, they should theoretically be confident in their result, which I think is what would happen. But it is time consuming. I would suggest the following sort of changes to this, which is that right now there's an appeal, and it goes on the consent calendar. For both parties, the same process. I wonder if the applicant shouldn't be entitled to an automatic appeal or an automatic hearing. And here's why I'll suggest that, right? The applicant is the individual most likely to suffer from a delay, right? It's his timeline. It's their timeline, his or hers. And so to protect them from a hearing through a consent process is beneficial. But if they feel like they've been taken advantage, if they really want a hearing, I don't see why we wouldn't grant it to the applicant, considering how few ask for it, because there's very few denials. Simply because if the person involved, right, wasn't subjective, if they weren't the Amy French we know and love, but if there was an issue, does the applicant really get to have their hearing in front of potentially multiple people who can have different perspectives on the issue? That was one of my sort of theories, that it shouldn't be consent. They should be able to immediately get sort of a secondary review, because it never happens. I'll just say a few more things that I want to reiterate from Mr. Garber's thing, which is that I agree. I don't think photos should be included. Until he said it, it didn't occur to me that the massing of modern houses sort of directly conflicts with our current process for calculating second-story, not just daylight planes, but that sort of concept where we sort of retreat. And there's a component here where you suggest that maybe we should require a smaller percentage. Second story should be like, there should be a specific requirement that second stories are a smaller percentage of the first story, irregardless of daylight plane impacts. I think that would be a mistake. I think that would essentially eliminate a version of architecture, the modern home, that tends to be a lot more, I'll say massive, but I don't mean it in a bad way. Okay. And again, I think I have this concept of design diversity as a hallmark of our community. I think that's an aspirational statement by Mr. Garber. I wish it's not true. There is a tremendous amount of design diversity in our neighborhood. It seems like that design diversity is more a relic than what is currently being built. What I see currently being built doesn't seem to have the same level of diversity, and I think that's probably a result of the IR process, that the homes in the last 10 years are like overwhelmingly craftsmen or Spanish homes with this thing that, which is fine, that's what we aim for. But I'm particularly sensitive when an architect like Dan Garber suggests that some of these things may completely eliminate certain styles. All right, I've spoken for a while. I'll finish. I'll wrap up now.
Commissioner Tanaka.
So, question for staff. What do other cities do? How do other cities handle this?
Well, I'm not sure if our consultant went on that track. I'm having experienced the program for many, many years. And I wasn't there for the beginning, for when the inception of the program, that was 2001. I was not part of that effort. But I do know that some other cities have quasi-design review. I mean, some cities certainly go all the way to the Planning Commission, as a mandatory hearing for homes. We don't do that here. Other cities, I think San Mateo was a city that required the applicant to come in with, some kind of document that the neighbors had signed, that they had seen the plans or some kind of thing, at the submittal. And then that was, I think, the end of it. I'm sure there's different approaches in different cities. I'm not sure that was one of the assignments that our director gave the consultant.
Yeah, I think that how other cities approach single-family homes being constructed, there's either permitted by right, no input from the neighbors or the community. You have the development standards and you can build. There are others where you establish performance standards or guidelines into the code. One example that I can think of is Santa Monica in their Ocean Park district. They have this concept of primary windows and secondary windows. And if you have a primary window, if you're proposing it, you can't be immediately adjacent to another primary window for a distance of like 12 feet or some standards like that. So you can put in some prescriptive standards that a planner could look at and evaluate compliance. In other cities, they also have design review, where you go before the equivalent of the Architectural Review Board. And you'll see that in some of the smaller coastal communities and things of that nature.
Okay. And, in a lot of businesses, they have this concept of a net promoter score, right? Where you would ask people, would you recommend this process or recommend this product to someone else? It's kind of a measure of happiness or unhappiness. If you were to guess from the applicant's point of view, or even from the neighbor's point of view, the people who are part of the IR process, what do you think how do you think and this is an extremely subjective question, but how would you judge the happiness of this program? I mean, do you feel like it's that people think it's a great program and it's smooth sailing, or do you think that people perceive that there's problems?
Well, if we're judging by the number of lawsuits filed regarding things like windows, I would say I've only experienced one of those since I've been here, so I don't know. Actually, hasn't been received yet, but I did notice the paper today.
Okay, but I guess to the question, are you saying that because there's only been one lawsuit that this is a good process, or are you saying that, I guess I'm just trying to get a feel of like.
So I think that's an interesting question, and I would say that when I first got here a couple years ago, I sat down with the director and I sat down with some neighbors and some who were expressing concern about the process, that we weren't paying enough attention to the IR guidelines the way they were written. And, it was, a handful of residents purportedly representing more neighbors. And it wasn't probably, a couple months later where we sat down with a bunch of architects who had the other concern that were paying too much attention to it. So I think, I think there's clearly a conversation taking place, and I think it probably depends on where in the community the project is taking place. Certainly, we've heard a lot about the Eichler neighborhoods, and there really is a challenge when somebody wants to build a two-story home and adjacent to them are one-story homes. And so in those instances, I think we get a little bit more attention. I will say that, I think that architects who and designers that have a set idea of what they want to do and not really willing to accept staff recommendations to get closer to the IR performance of those guidelines have a harder time and maybe more vocal against the process. But it's an interesting question. I don't know how to measure the happiness quotient there. But we get complaints, but we also process 80 of these things on average a year, and I can tell you I'm not getting a lot of phone calls from the vast majority of applicants or architects on either side of that process. So I think most of them move forward. I think there's a few that generate a lot of dialogue.
And I would just pile on one more kind of side comment is, the property values don't seem to indicate that we're doing a bad job. I mean, the values of the neighborhoods certainly keep increasing, and so the designs, might have something to do with that. And we're looking out for streetscape. We're looking out for some things. Maybe privacy is not perfect, but it wasn't ever, scripted to be perfect. Just, reasonably, achieving these goals.
Okay, so it sounds like this is not totally broken, but there are sometimes issues that come up. Just to kind of sum up the feedback I've heard. So, I think as a commission we have a unique opportunity here. This is before us to look at the IR process. We've heard anecdotally people who have incredible complaints. I personally have heard a lot of issues about this. Not to say that this is, the norm. I do think that it's actually important to actually get feedback. So I would actually encourage some sort of feedback mechanism, maybe like a net promoter score or something like that, to kind of understand. So when we ask this question, we actually have a pretty good idea. And I think this is actually a good start. This report is a really good start. But I think there's actually a lot of problems here that still haven't really been fully addressed. And I mean, from the comment of my fellow commissioner in terms of who was asked, right, doesn't seem like a terribly great representation of all the different stakeholders involved in the IR process. I think getting a larger cross-section would be really good. I think also, and I just wanted to ask the chair this, but, so there's these potential process changes on pages 12, 13, and 14, and we, as a commission, really haven't looked at that too deeply, because I assume this is what's going to get recommended to City Council, and so I was also going to ask the chair to kind of maybe think about how do we process that. but I'm also thinking about whether we even have the ability to process it right now, because like as Commissioner Rosenblum said, we don't necessarily have the best sample here. We have one segment of the constituents, but I don't know if we heard the voice of the others as well. And I'm almost thinking that what we should do here is actually hear the voice of the other constituents involved. And I think the other thing, if the consultant hadn't done this, I think it's also maybe a good time to also look at best practices from other cities to see how do we actually improve the process right now, so that there's. But I think in general, we don't want a process that pits neighbors against neighbors, and we want a process that's economical and it's smooth and generally creates a lot of happiness, right? I think generally that's what we want, but I'm not sure that's the process we have right now, and I'm not sure if. I think the report's trying to get there, but I'm not sure we're there yet, and I personally think that we need more homework to be done here before this is ready. But I'd love to get my fellow commissioners' feedback on this. On whether we think this is fully baked or we think that we could actually do better here. But I personally think that if we get feedback from additional constituents in the process, and we also survey other cities, we could probably come up with a much better recommendation than what's at our table right now.
Jonathan?
Thank you, Chair. I actually agree with a lot of those comments. I think that the consultant's report is a good introduction into some of the issues, a window into what's going on. I don't think that the program is broken by a long shot. I mean, I do think that there are a lot more successes than not in the program. I also don't know that we've been very consistent in our application of the IR program from its inception through today. And it is a complex issue, and the issue of the neighbor's tree and how basement activities may impact that may not be directly related to the guidelines, but I think it is important to consider those issues. Because it speaks to screening the building and how it has an effect on math. And I think fundamentally what we need on both sides of the equation, from the applicant and from the neighbor side, is a set of expectations, a clear set of expectations of what will and will not happen as a part of this process. And I will say that I think there's more work that we can do at a staff level to improve the application forms that we have to create that expectation. We've recently reviewed how long we think it ought to take to move through this process, and I think that we're going to be making some significant strides in reducing our application processing times to something that's more reasonable. We've had some significant staff vacancies, particularly during 2015, that really brought our system to a halt. I mean, we were really we had way more work than we were able to process due to consultant vacancies. And I think now that while this has been going on in the background, we have been retooling this program internally, and we have dedicated staff that is focused in on these projects. And I think we have made, and I would like to see how we can make more progress on making these changes before we made any major code changes or significant policy changes. I was intrigued by something that Commissioner Tanaka said, and it triggered a thought that I wonder on this feedback loop if there's not a way for us to, through some kind of a survey system, survey the applicant, the architect, survey the immediate neighbors, and ask them, how the process was, what went well, what didn't go well, and so we can begin to collect some data about the experience of that process. And that might be another tool for us to explore as we begin to build this data set.
Thank you. Do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, it's a quick one. Well, I mean, my feeling is this, and maybe I'm being redundant here, but I mean, if staff doesn't feel this is totally broken, it doesn't sound like it is, then maybe what we should do is we should take the time to actually try to craft a much better process. And because it doesn't sound like it's a burning issue. It doesn't sound like, if we don't do it, the city's going to burn down, right? This is more like it's not the best, it's kind of working, we could take the time to actually make this better.
So a couple comments. I've spoken to a couple members of the ARB about this process, even though they're not involved, just to get their feedback on it. It was generally positive, which was somewhat encouraging to me. Commissioner Tanaka, I think I do agree with you that we probably want some more feedback here about where we go with this. But at the same time, this is just a report, right? There's no changes, and if there were to be changes, it would come back to us, and we could dig a hell of a lot deeper. On the one hand, I do think I would like to see some feedback from people who have gone through this. I'm not sure I'd like to bake that in, just in terms of what you just described. Sounds pretty complicated, right? Like, oh, you did your project. How did it go? What did your neighbors think? What did the architect think? What was good? What was bad? That sounds like a lot of work for the city. And I wonder if it would actually be fed back into the process effectively. That's just my comment there. Vice Chair. Okay. Commissioner Rosenblum. Yeah.
So I'd like to take Commissioner Tanaka's suggestion seriously around specific feedback on consultant recommendations. So just the context for this, like I said, I think that there's a skewed representative sample based on the names at least listed in the report, but the report itself doesn't seem to outline any significant concern with the process beyond timing. And so the thing I find really odd is that almost all the recommendations don't have to do with timing. They have to do with internal consistency and getting other people to be more consistent. I actually find, as feedback for the consultant, I don't find this report in general to be very compelling. They find a bunch of things and their recommendations seem completely disconnected from their findings, is my read of it. And so as work product, I'm not very impressed with this as a report. Having said that, section by section, for internal consistency, none of this makes sense to me. Consider replacing the height allowed in zoning ordinance. You guys can read this, but the only one that has any sensible meaning to me is 1B, consider defining building height as measured from grade and not floor level seems rational. Similar to Commissioner Alczek, explore the idea of restricting the size of a second floor. It just seems like a terrible idea as part of this process. We have existing zoning codes and building codes that should not be superseded by the individual review process. Section 2, tiered IR process. As mentioned, this is the only piece that has to do with timing, as far as I can tell. And this seems like a reasonable thing, but you still have to define what is simple and what is not simple. Like I said, I would like to see other recommendations around shortening certain aspects of the review process. In particular, the time required for neighbors to respond, because I think they're less time constrained than staff who has lots of other existing priorities. Specific neighborhood guidelines. I think this is a can of worms. So having something specific around Eichler neighborhoods, around Professorville, I also don't feel is a good idea. This feels like a backdoor way of getting essentially a single-story overlay or something of that nature into places that couldn't qualify for a single-story overlay. And then finally, section 4 is training for consistency. This is like an extension of section 1, which is get other people aligned around the idea of consistency. Consider augmenting design guidelines, photograph successful projects in Palo Alto. Again, it doesn't seem from their findings that this is really the issue anyway, so I'm not sure why this is a recommendation. And then section 5, consider provide incentives for single-story homes. The original purpose of this was to make it more difficult to build a second-story home, so I see why this is an attractive item. I see the point, though, of having neighborhood review is to ensure that neighbors who are best suited to kind of understand the circumstances of the neighborhood to have a comment period. I think that seems like a reasonable thing to do, and the process seems to be working. As a matter of public policy, it doesn't seem like our comp plan encourages single-family homes, and this would just not be a Palo Alto goal to encourage single-family or single-story homes. It doesn't seem like that's consistent with the rest of our comprehensive plan and city plans. The 6 and 7 can have a designated group of Palo Alto residents, designers, provide input as needed for periodic review. It doesn't seem to relate to anything noted in the report as being a problem. And so, again, hard for me to see where this recommendation comes from. And finally, neighborhood compatibility, it's kind of an empty statement, it's fine. So anyway, going through all of this, 2A makes sense. The rest of it, I don't really see a lot of value. I would prefer to see 2B, 2C, and 2D, which has to do with timing. So if we were expanding any section, it would be how do you address the one frustration they really identify, which is planning, or the timing seemed to be the most consistent feedback. Anyway, so that's my spiel.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for those comments. And I would say just a couple things to inform the conversation. I think with respect to internal consistency, I think part of what the consultant's trying to get at there is there's a lot of back and forth between staff and the architect about compliance with the guidelines. And Amy, remind me, what is the height limit for single family?
30 feet, except in a flood zone.
Okay, so 30 feet, but then the buildings that we're approving don't reach 30 feet. They're 28 feet, or they're 27 or 26, or if you've got single story next. So I think in the way that this number one item speaks to timing is there's a lot of back and forth between applicant and the city talking about the guidelines. And if we can get some consistency or adjust the height limits in the zoning code, I think that's what we're trying to, I think that's what that was trying to get at. I would also note about the 21-day, it does seem like, that is some time. I would tell you that doesn't really impact the processing of our applications, because the notice, when an application is filed, within 3 days, we're sending that notice out to the neighbors. And their opportunity to review and provide comment takes place within the first 30 days that we take. So it's not waterfall. That's right. It's embedded within an existing 30-day system that we're going to take regardless. And and I appreciate the other comments that you made on those recommendations.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you. So there's going to be, in terms of, let me start again. So I think that what we need to have a process. There's no process in this handout. So I think that maybe when we meet next time, there will be a clear process around IR. And this document is lacking this process. And so that's my suggestion. There are some other aspects that Jonathan, you mentioned, that, like, for example, height, 30 feet height. That question should be a subject of the code review that we conducted last year, right? So items like this should be removed from the consideration of the process because they pollute thinking. We should just talk about the process around the individual review. The height of 30 feet, how it is expressed by the code, should be a subject of a separate meeting when we would be addressing code items. So this one and then some other item that you mentioned, right? So with saying this, let me just talk about some other items because you are asking clearly about the inputs around this potential process changes. So before I just get to the details, I think that the whole focus of the process should be about providing the clear perspective of this what the process is around. And from my perspective, I believe that it should be about not about this, how to impose my will on the neighbor, but rather about this, that not to have the neighbor impose his will upon myself. So those are two different distinctions, because if we have a plan and drawings, and then if we just provide them to the for the review of the neighbors, this way we just allow for the first to happen, that pretty much the neighbors will start just criticizing the project because of various factors, and then they will just find some other grievances just to embed in the process. It becomes polluted. That's not what we would like to have. So for this reason, I think that the whole process should be front-loaded to remove this bias and then express the neighbor's opinion on something that they really should not be expressing. They pretty much, the process should allow them to still provide some sort of constraints on variety of aspects that they want to protect in terms of their own property, their leisure, their rights that are related to their property. So as an example, so that should be principle when you design the process. That's how I would think about this. And I will just give you some items that you may want to consider. Like, for example, the process should have, so the important distinction is the person versus process, right? So we don't have a process, and the emphasis should be on the process.
Can I just clarify?
Right.
We do have a process. I mean, it is identified. It may not be stipulated or in detail in this report, but there is a very defined process that exists.
Yes, I understand this, right? But we're looking for the improvement, and those improvements should be expressed in the form of a process, as opposed to of random items that are expressed on pages 12 through 14. That's what I was alluding to, right? There should be either a graph and some reason step by step, right? There is a number of the process-related tools. That's what I would be looking for. Process also includes some roles and responsibilities, right? Who does what, who's entitled to what. There should be a clear understanding what the neighbor is entitled to in terms of some comments in regards to his neighbor. Otherwise, it becomes too open to whatever discussion is. Then there are some other items. I already talked about removing some conflict of interest that may be because of the staff interjecting some comments that are not supported with the code. And I think that it's observable across different municipalities. We should stay away from this. There is when you talk about some architects and designers that are aligned with our process, you need to also recognize that there is there is a group of the architects and designers that benefit from being able to work with the city because of different reasons, which gives good testimony about their skills. On the other hand, it cuts off the number of some talented guys that would like to enter this field, and that pretty much it's not what it should be, because we should have ability just to pick any architect, any designer that we think it represents our interest or is talented, and that person should go and just design the building for us, should go through the city process, and that would be the end of the result, as opposed to just having group that may be benefiting from having established relationship with the city, because it's discriminatory.
Okay, so I hear your words. I don't see any evidence of that, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with you after the commission meeting to learn more about that.
Sure. Okay. So that's this comment. There is a couple of other items that I would like to mention here. So when you go to page 12, you're talking about some, there is item 1C, explore areas in the zoning ordinance that can be strengthened to support the guidelines. I would be looking for something else. I would be looking for as opposed to strengthening some guidelines, I would be rather for changing the guidelines from the prescriptive to some natural or some legal rights. So, good example is the daylight plane that pretty much stipulates the building envelope in certain way, and that constrains certain flexibility of a design. When you think that we could abolish that requirement and then just give people rights, as opposed to just having the designing restriction, changing this into a right to a daylight that could be exchangeable or tradable in certain way, you would open the way of designing buildings that otherwise are restricted because we just don't allow it because of the municipal code. Is it clear? Or
yeah, I mean,
I just wanted to give you an example. If you're looking here for some consistency.
Yeah. So again, I think that the example I made earlier about the primary versus secondary windows could be an example where we're strengthening the policy about privacy with some specific code provisions about when it's okay to have a large window next to an open space or another large bedroom, large window. So I think that's the idea. I mean, the more precise that we can get about codes, about how and where you can build your building, the less we need a discretionary process to evaluate individual projects. And so I think, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're trying to get closer towards some kind of set, predictable, prescriptive standards, as opposed and take out the subjective analysis that comes with the IR process. And if I'm misunderstanding, then I apologize. But it is a discretionary process. There will be, as long as it exists, I believe.
Yes, there will be. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is just to, as opposed to generating more restrictions on the design, specifically of the single of the residential houses, there should be some flexibility that would allow the homeowners to design the house of their dream, if they can get to the agreement with the neighbor, right?
Right. I would say there's broad flexibility in the codes to build the home of your dreams. I don't think that the guidelines prevent that. There's a tremendous amount of flexibility. I'm sorry, that's the way I feel about it. I do think it comes back to context, which is a little bit more difficult to regulate. And if you've got a single-family home and you want to build your dream home of a 2-story house, well, you still can. It may not, but you got to, the objective of this is to fit in with the neighborhood. And, there is an inevitable back and forth that takes place when somebody's proposing something that is out of scale and out of context. And our role, I believe, is to make it fit better within the neighborhood. Yeah. And to the extent that we ask questions and push a little bit here or push a little bit there, it's not with with a bias. It's not with a staff objective of trying to achieve anything other than consistency and compatibility with the guidelines in the neighborhood. But I will say that there is a fine line between design and the guidelines, and we fully respect that. We're not dictating any kind of architectural style. You want to do modern, great. You want to do craftsman, fine. You want to do traditional ranch, nobody's saying that. But what we're saying is, what can you do with that style to have it fit in with the context? And I think, and I'll end with this comment on the subject, is I think going back to the timing issue, where we get into trouble, or we have gotten into trouble in the past, is there's no cutoff to how many revisions we'll take. So application comes in, we give comments, a few tweaks are made, it comes in, it still doesn't hit the mark, we give the comments, another few tweaks are made, doesn't quite get what we're trying to achieve, and there's this back and forth that is not fair to the homeowner, the architect, or city staff, or anybody else who's in the queue to have their project reviewed, because it takes too much time. So getting back to this idea of having some expectations about, we're going to make our comments, and we're hoping that the applicant's going to be responsive to those comments, and we don't have to go back and forth, 6 different times on a project. We can make a decision after the second review, and and if the project's not there, well, then we can take an action on it. And if the applicant's not happy with that action, or a neighbor's not happy with that action, we can get you scheduled for a director's hearing. And I think that we can do that, the whole process, in the time frame that it's taking today to get the project even reviewed initially. So I do think there's work to be done. I don't think the system's biased. There may be some examples where people can raise some concerns, and I've heard some, and we've tried to adjust and make sure that's not the point. That is not the objective of staff or the process. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
Right. I don't believe that you were just disputing with. I totally agree with everything what you say. Right. What my proposal was just to make the process more predictive. That's the key. Right. So there is in terms of the number 3 specific neighborhood guidelines that talks about Eichler homes. And I think that there should be some designation about the space design versus the homes design. We talk on many occasions about building design or object design. Preferably, we should stay away from this. Allow the process or the owners, their designers, just to take care of the object design by themselves. But we should be concerned with the space design as opposed to object design. So my preference would be just to have the regulations from this way, that we design space, cross-section of a space, a protrusion to the space, the street facade, as opposed to restricting objects, individual objects.
So if I can weigh in on that, the IR guidelines now have a guideline regarding the pattern, the streetscape, and so there's some examples in the not in this report, but in the guidelines themselves that we've been using that shows on this here's a pattern of development. Here you're not going to, if you have a pattern of development and you're saying space design, I think you mean the site design and placement of the home or object on the site, and the pattern of the neighborhood. I think that's already in the IR guidelines, and it's challenging. Say you have an Eichler neighborhood or any tract home, which most of them are Eichlers in this town, to come in with a 2-story block when everything else is more California spread out as far as the footprint of the homes. So I mean that's one of the challenges, and that's why we are going forward. And I just released that last week or so. An RFQ to beat the bushes and try to get some firms responding to prepare some Eichler guidelines. So it's not specific to 2-story homes, but just to help us out. Other cities, we talk about best practices in other cities. Some other cities have Eichler guidelines. And so we're embarking upon that process. Mm-hmm. We'll let you know more about that as that goes.
Right. Thank you. And the last but not least, right, I think that there should be, in terms of just making the process predictable and transparent to the applicants, there should be some sort of checklist, and we would that would just limit the review to the number of the items that both parties may address, the neighbors and staff and all the parties participating in the process. This would make it, this would streamline it, and it would make people confident, okay, we just answered this number of questions or requests. That's going to be truly it. Thank you.
So I just wanted to make a comment before we go to our last, maybe our last speaker, we might have more. I've been thinking about what Commissioner Rosenblum said, and I think in general I am in agreement. I don't think the conclusions of this report really map out to the recommendations, and I know this isn't an ordinance we're considering, but I did want to echo that. I think it's important for council to hear that message. You mentioned the word backdoor. It did seem like some of this stuff was just restrictions. because that's what IR is for. And so I think there's a bit of a messaging disconnect there. Commissioner Olczyk.
I want to just add my support to a few of the things that have been said tonight. I think that we've spent a lot of time talking about second stories this year. And I think that my takeaway from the single story overlay results as that process occurred several times was that the overwhelming majority of people could agree that there was some interest in preserving an Eichler aesthetic, and that the only tool they had was a single story overlay. And I believe that as a result of that being the tool, there was a lot of input provided that suggested that somehow 2 stories was incompatible with privacy. I continue to feel very strongly that that is not true. I don't believe that, I think that you could walk away from the last 2 years of those discussions with an impression that people in Palo Alto are opposed to 2 stories, or that there is a group of individuals who feel very strongly that 2 stories are problematic. That's not the takeaway that I took. I think as the process really concluded, and I think council appreciated this too, in denying those single-story overlays, was, you know what, this is really about preserving a style. And because your only tool is a single-story overlay, you're really pushing hard. As opposed to, can we come up with a solution in a design process that could somehow preserve those aesthetics. So why do I bring that up? I bring that up because I continue to believe that our 2-story homes have a place here, and we should not be discouraging their development, which is something that Commissioner Rosenblum mentioned tonight. But I am a little, I don't want to say skeptical, I'm a little cautious about how this design guideline is going to happen, because it sounds like all the things that we sort of talk about our IR review being not really subjective on a design basis. It sounds like an Eichler overlay would be exactly that. It would be very subjectively focused on the actual design, as opposed to, does this thing fall within our setbacks? Does it fall within our daylight planes? Does it fall within our sort of vague descriptions of what context and massing and neighborhood compatibility is? And so the more I think about how a individual review for Eichler's specific would end up, it sounds like it would be a very prescriptive, formulaic, design-based review. And that's a little concerning, because not for anybody who moves in after that rule takes place, because they will be walking in eyes wide open, but for an individual living there now who doesn't have the same affinity for an Eichler, being subject to that could be really problematic, because now and I wonder, how would there be a democratic process for sort of instituting that? Would we essentially try to poll the city or poll these neighborhoods and say, are you interested in being subject? I mean, this is down the road, but I noticed that the letter from the director sort of suggested the process by which they would incorporate that, and it would theoretically be taken up in the 2017 edits. And I imagine that if a 2-story restriction brought out the sort of fervor that we saw, I wonder what will happen when we start to dictate the actual design elements. I don't know. I don't know what it'll look like, but that's a concern. Okay. I'll just echo all the comments that Commissioner Rosenblum made. I think he kind of had his analysis, his second round comment analysis, I think was very helpful. I think a lot of people that go through this process, not individuals who are down the street from a project, but actual participants in the process, I feel like everybody sort of feels like either feel like a winner or a loser, which is, you were asking about, because I forget what the term used for the sort of feedback. I'll just sort of reiterate, I don't think Commissioner Rosenblum made a really interesting point tonight. He said that there is a place for comments from neighbors because they are most familiar with the neighborhood and the context, and they can provide insight that maybe a planner at a desk who doesn't know the site that well or the neighborhood that well can appreciate. I think there's tremendous value in that statement, and there's tremendous value in those comments and that feedback. I continue to believe that the staff's determination on whether the guidelines are met should be really paramount in the process. And how we set those expectations, which is, I think, something that the report attempted to sort of touch upon, which how do we set expectations for a commenter? What they can gain from the process, I think, is an important part of this. Okay, good. I think.
Commissioner Waldfogel.
I promise I'll be brief, since everyone is almost done with this topic. I've heard a lot of comments from my colleagues that I agree with tonight. The thing I'm struggling with a little bit in this discussion is I think that we all want to make good projects easier and bad projects harder. And I think that what we're struggling over is what's good and bad. And, from a design perspective, I'd argue that there's pretty good intersubjective agreement about good and bad. I know that that's something that may be slightly controversial, but I've certainly found that in the communities that I've participated in, professional communities. And I'm not 100% sure that we're getting there with the discussion tonight. The process, I don't like I don't like a process that pits neighbors against neighbors because honestly, most cases, neither of the neighbors is really a design expert. I mean, it's something that often should be left to professionals. And so I guess the question is, what do we do to, what do we do if part of our goal is to improve quality of infill development, and remember we are talking principally about infill development, then what do we do to really be more explicit about that? And if that's not our goal, if our goal is something else, if there's some hidden goals about, I mean, I've never really interpreted this as being anti-second story, although that's an Eichler neighborhood issue. But if there are other goals that are sort of anti-development or fundamentally NIMBY, we probably want to wipe those out. But how do we, if our goal is to promote higher quality, then how do we kind of surface that? I mean, I think the guidelines really do reflect good design principles. There's nothing there. I mean, you could go back, 4,000 years and talk to an architect who would principally agree with what's listed in those guidelines. So that's what I'm struggling over a little bit in this discussion. I'm not sure if there's consensus that what we're trying to do is to push toward better quality. Or if we're just trying to make sort of everyone's first pass dream, come to fruition quicker, which, may or may not be the right goal. So I think that's what I'm sensing as a tension here.
And just that quality question, if I may, Chair, we're not looking at quality, right? We're not looking at design quality. We're looking at, because that gets into design review. That's the kind of thing that the ARB is looking at, the quality of materials, the colors that are being proposed. We're not looking at colors. We're not looking at the materials. We're looking at mass,
But
scale.
I think those are really sort of fundamental issues about design, right? Is about the order, the massing, right? The organization. I mean, I think that these surfaces aren't really what design is about.
Well, I agree that well, I don't know. I think that, I don't know. I've seen a lot of homes that have met the guidelines. I've seen some homes that have met the guidelines that, the design quality wasn't there, and there's no latitude at a staff level to remark on those.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm not saying we should or shouldn't, but it seems like that was part of the impulse that led to this back in 2000, 2001. I mean, this was kind of a follow-on to the whole historic preservation battle that went on in the late 90s in Palo Alto. This was kind of the one piece that came out of that after the referendum, and I think, what was that, 98 or 99? There's kind of an echo of that. So, I mean, if that's not a goal, maybe we need to be clear about that, or if there is some goal to promote good design. And I don't want to be prescriptive about what, about style. But I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on this or not. I'm just, please.
If I may, I'm going to say it like this, right? So, in the history, there hasn't been a profession of an architect. I just want everybody to know this, right? Architect is from the Greek word, which means a builder. So the profession of architect was invented, I believe, like 150 years ago. Good architecture was done by the craftsmen that understood the materials, structures, and they were able just to design the structures. And there was no greater design concept besides of understanding how to span the rafters over the floor that followed some laws of physics. So the concept of us trying to provide some design guidelines somehow contradicts the developments of the structures for the last centuries.
Okay. I'm seeing a few more lights, but it is nearing 10 o'clock. Commissioner Tanaka.
Yeah. So, okay, just one comment, and actually, I think we should make a motion, so I'll make one.
Well, it's just a study session.
Is it?
Yes.
It says recommendation.
We don't need a motion.
Oh, that's right. Okay, good. That's even better. Okay, so, good. So I'll just make another comment then and be done. So, I don't know if you guys, it seems like most people haven't heard of the term Net Promoter Score, but it's just asking one question. It's not asking 50 questions or 5. It's asking one question. And that one question is, would you recommend this process to a friend or something to that effect? And so it's asking just one question, and people rate it. And it's used by a lot of companies. And it's a deceivingly simple question, but it's a good way for us to get feedback as to how things are working. So I would encourage staff to do that. Thanks.
Commissioner Rosenblum.
I was just going to move that we end this discussion because the study session is 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Or diminishing returns.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for all of your thoughts on this and questions. We have one more item tonight, approval of the minutes from July 27th. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes as submitted.
And I will second that. All in favor? 6-0. Thank you very much. Any committee reports? Okay. We're going to adjourn this meeting at 9:58 p.m. Thank you all very much.